Welcome back to Umbro Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me.
Hello, it's me.
Porter in the house. We're going to be here ready to go for some awesome regionals training exercises. Right now, this is just us at Lifelink Games. There was, what was about 14 people?
I don't know. I don't count how many people there are. I just see that there were people to play games with.
Right. A lot of people there.
Games to win.
And decks to build. I mean, how long did it take you to build your deck that you need to check out?
Not terribly long.
Say maybe about 30, 45 minutes at least. Because you came in needing about 3 cards and instantaneously got those things.
Yeah, because they were mostly commons from the community box that
Absolutely. But that's the beauty of having it, right?
Yeah.
You have the community have the community box and you have that ability to get stuff, and then you need the Kyros. We hooked you up with the Kyros real quick to make sure you get those upgrades for your deck list. Yep. I was looking out for that Nami, not new, it's like OPO2. I was looking for a Nami for one of the decks that I'm going to showcase out for you guys today, and hopefully you guys take a look at it. Something that dropped from Japan. This may only be good in Japan right now. We don't know. We'll find out today.
I think we do find out.
Yeah, we definitely find out today. So we're gonna see if looking at the Japanese meta and trying to jump a gun is probably not the greatest idea, or is the next move of genius. But you guys got to tune in to find out, because that match is the last one in this matchup today. We have other players like Big Merc, who came in and played 2 different decks for us today. We had Variable, who came back after a long hiatus and decided to try out some new stuff with his Gecko Moria deck. We also had Mark, who's been coming up new for this and helping us out with a lot of these Bandai type games, and has had some amazing pulls, by the way. The pictures I've had from this guy, I need to start posting them on social media, because I was talking to a bunch of friends about the tins that just released, right?
Yeah, I thought the tins came out tomorrow.
They actually, we got them in store and able to sell them. So
nice.
We have been able to get the tins. 2 or 3 boxes have already sold at Lifelink Games for these tins, and they come with a Goldie Roger and a Monkey D. Luffy type of what is it? The Dawn cards. So you could get one of each right now. From what I'm gathering from intelligence, the Monkey D. Luffy is the mass printed one, where the harder one to get is the Goldie Roger. That is just what I know right now. It is a base of 3 different box openings. So the ratio seems pretty heavy in Monkey D. Luffy's. Maybe out of those 3, we're just being biased because the other half was seen at the 50-50 ratio. Right. So can't guarantee it. Never want to say that this is how the ratio works, but this is what we're seeing from our end. I'd love to see what you guys think from your end and what you guys are seeing out there from some of these tin openings. But the tins have been quite straight fire. Have you seen the posts in Discord?
I have not. I don't want to get too jealous. I can't really get tins, so...
Oh, okay. I mean, eventually we'll get there. We'll get there.
It just takes some time. I mean, I'm saving up to make sure I can pay my entry fee for the regionals and stuff.
Smart choice, because that one's coming up here on the 26th of April. And for those out there that haven't been informed yet, we will be recording that along with the manga tournament that's held afterwards. So we've been advertising quite a bit. And after that, the Sunday, hopefully, if we can make things work out, it's going to be me and Porter in the studio covering the regionals. That's going to be 5 rounds, best of 1. We'll have all the deck lists collected by then, put them in the system, make sure that we can talk to them, give you guys maybe if we get lucky, we'll do interviews for the champion and the second place person.
Runner-up.
And the runner-up, thank you. Exactly. We'll try to get interviews from them to see if I can capture that and bring that back to you guys. This is going to be a little bit different than what our normal championship coverage looks like, because this is a regionals. I got to keep everything above ground. I want to make sure that I'm not breaking any rules. So, excuse me. There's going to be a lot of things that we're going to be adding to this that just a little bit different than what you'd expect from a regional coverage. And it's one of the things that I'm happy that we get to finally host, because
it'll be nice.
It's where I've wanted this channel to go for the longest time. Right? Not only are we going to be holding bigger and bigger tournaments like we do for the championship series that we created, but we want to have things for the big regionals and maybe even bigger regionals for 100-plus person. And
I mean, it could happen one day.
Exactly.
I mean, Lifelink is expanding a lot, and I mean, the new area is quite nice.
Right.
And I mean, who knows? Maybe in like a couple years' time, Chris will have taken over that whole building.
I think that's definitely the goal. And we started off with a tiny store of being able to hold about maybe 60, and that's pushing it. Now we can hold up to about 112 people, so that's almost double the space right there. If not over double. No, it's just under double. I just did some math in my head here.
With the reopening, you guys held like 3 simultaneous events, and I mean, it was a bit cramped, but
cramped, hot, body heat like crazy. The ceiling fans weren't doing much.
Honestly, that wasn't that much of a problem.
Oh, good.
But like, their seating was definitely a bit of an issue then. But maybe 3 events, maybe 3 events at a time is probably pushing it, but we can definitely comfortably hold quite a few people.
Absolutely. I think it's where we're trying to get to, because also as we're trying to upgrade, we're also trying to record more of these games simultaneously. As my tax return comes in eventually, I will be setting up a table for additional recording over there, so that way when we have multi games going at the same time, like we're going to have this weekend, upcoming weekend at Lifelink Games, we're going to have a duel for a duel. So we're going to have that along with the the ProQuest tour for Flesh and Blood. We're going to show you just a little bit here. So we're going to have 2 major events, a Pro Tour qualifier for the Flesh and Blood community, as well as a duel for a duel for my Magic the Gathering fans. And duel for duel, highly love to have it, but it's going to get replaced, unfortunately, by a Pro Tour qualifier, and I'd love to just record both, but unfortunately, we don't have logistics just yet. But we're growing. We're getting up to the point where we can afford logistics to cover both those tournaments. But that is going to be covered this Sunday. So if you guys tuned in yesterday for the Flesh and Blood stream, you guys would have seen that Conrad, as I was giving him some practice, is going to be helping me in the studio this Sunday when we cover the live event of however many rounds the ProQuest is going to be for that day, as these individuals are going to be trying to qualify for that Pro Tour in Singapore. Huge event.
Wow, that is quite the journey to make.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can't wait to showcase all of the great players in the Flesh and Blood. I learned how to play it yesterday, so it was another TCG on my belt. I mean, I'm going to be at the point where I can play all TCGs. Maybe, who knows? Start off with Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering.
Do you still know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh?
I still understand the basics of the mechanics. Summon once per turn, 4-star or less.
Summon once per turn.
Yeah, but then you have special summon, which is like everything nowadays. So everything special summons.
There are decks that can normal summon multiple times in a turn.
Really? Is it a card that enables double normal summon?
There is a deck called Flaunderies where every card in the deck lets you normal summon an additional monster.
Oh, okay.
I think it was specifically designed because in the East, Max C is still legal, and it was to play around Max C.
Makes
it's
sense.
also a tribute summon deck, so that also helps.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, tribute summon decks are great with the old Monarch builds back in the day.
Oh, I mean, Monarchs were still around for quite some time. They had a resurgence in like 2015, 2016, after they got a structure deck that gave them some ridiculous support. They, like, during that time, historically, they became like the most powerful draw engine in the game.
Oh yeah, I remember the one that destroyed 2 and allowed you to draw, so you could destroy your own in response to drawing.
Kraz, that was part of it. That was typically what you would use as your end board, but they actually got a spell card called Pantheism of the Monarchs.
Okay.
This let you discard a Monarch spell trap, which they got a ton of, to draw 2. Then you could banish it from your graveyard, reveal 3 Monarch spell traps. Your opponent picks 1 to add to your hand. Those could be Pantheism, and there was a card that could also search Pantheism by revealing a Monarch stat monster in your hand.
Jeez. I can see the consistency.
And Pantheism's draw was not a hard once per turn.
I know a lot of people out there is like, why are we talking about
because Yu-Gi-Oh's cool.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun back in the day when I played it.
Has a lot, like, Yu-Gi-Oh, honestly, as a former Yu-Gi-Oh player, I'm going to say this. Yu-Gi-Oh is either the greatest TCG ever or the absolute worst, and there's very few in-betweens. Like, it is either the most fun you can have playing with cardboard, or it is the most miserable experience possible. And the reason why I kind of switched over to One Piece is because it's a lot less zero-sum than Yu-Gi-Oh is.
Hands down. I would love to say that, like, out of all the games, I knew what my favorite is, but there's I've had a lot of fun with all of them. I mean, Union Arena has a special place in my heart because I'm trying to get that game up and running. That might be biased. One Piece has been selling me since the story, like before the card game even came out. So,
what about the first One Piece card game?
The very first TCG?
Yeah, the old One Piece card game when, like, they were still using the 4Kids names.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that one existed. Did you play it?
No, that one came out before I was born, pretty much.
Okay.
Like, I like, what, you think, like, as a toddler, I was playing the original One Piece TCG?
I mean, who knows? You know, you never know. When you go into to a store and the kids are like, "Hey, mama, I want this, I want this."
But like, when I'm barely, like, when I haven't even developed object permanence yet, how do you think
this
that
could
works?
have been your One Piece moment? Your object permanence was absolutely developed at the sight of Luffy and the desire to become the Pirate King. What do you think?
Seeing as I've actually started reading One Piece my junior year of high school, I doubt that's very unlikely.
Okay. It took you that long to start reading it?
So I had watched like a little bit of it when I was in middle school.
Okay.
Like I don't think I ever got past Syrup Village.
Yeah.
And then I didn't watch it for quite some time. Then over COVID, I watched the Netflix one. Whizzle, thank you for joining.
Appreciate it.
I watched the anime that they had.
The Four Kids one?
No, not the four. What they had on Netflix, which was up to Alabasta, like not quite finished Alabasta at the time, was what Netflix had. Then I watched. After that, I still continued watching until about like Skypiea, and then midway through Skypiea, I dropped it.
Okay.
I found Satori's voice really annoying in the anime.
You know, there's
one of many annoying laughs that the One Piece anime has.
I love that each one has to be unique, so eventually you're going to have a bunch of annoying ones. I mean, when you have like Marshall D. Teach, like
that one's
or you
great.
have, or
no, it's like Gakko Moria, she,
right?
Or like,
or the was it the Dreshishi?
Dreshishi is fine. It's specifically Gakko Moria's shrill voice that really makes that laugh super annoying.
And for those that haven't seen my short yet on TikTok, it was exactly why we did that. The video the way we did, just making it so long because it is one of the most annoying laughs out there. So part of the fact that Gakko Moria is banned and we can't play with him anymore, that was my ode in leaving this back was a long laugh track of.
I mean, personally, I still would have gone with him throwing up all the shadows.
That would have been appropriate. We only had a little bit of time before I put that thing together, so it was
right.
It was a fun video to put out there. Pretty popular on the Twitch stream or on the TikTok stream out there. Want to do more of those? We're gonna keep growing, get to the point where we can do more of those. But we do have some news to get into, you guys. We're gonna have some deck lists. I want to show you guys all the awesome matchups here. I know most people are like waiting to tune in as soon as the decks get started because we got two great matchups, or three great matchups, but two good players right now in the first round. It's gonna be Greg, who's gonna be on Marco, and I'm super excited about this one because I've seen Marco on a top tier list on 6 or 7 people's tier list.
I think it's an alright deck, yeah.
I just never seen one play it or post a deck list or do anything with it.
It's expensive.
What makes it expensive again?
So, 1, the 9-cost Sanjis.
Okay.
Those are pretty expensive. 2, I know some builds don't play Rayleigh, but if they play Rayleigh, 9-cost Sanji and Rayleigh in the same deck list, that
is extremely expensive, yeah.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a super cheap deck, and it also uses, and a lot of the Marco builds use cards from like the Zoro Sanji starter deck, which was still around the time when Bandai wasn't printing enough of their product. Like, this was still during the One Piece drought, basically.
Yeah.
It's the same reason why, like, EVO 1 cards are ridiculously expensive, because that was from a similar time frame.
Right. I don't think we'll ever see some EVO 1 reprints. I hope we do. But it's been looking
more. The whole set, no.
Yeah.
Like, we're about to get EVO 2 in a few weeks here.
Yeah, that's gonna. It feel like the nail in the coffin, don't you think? Like as soon as the EVO 2 comes out, it's like it's not in the cards anymore.
We just have to hope for
PRB
2, which hopefully will bring it. I mean, we're actually getting reprints of in EVO 2. We're gonna get reprints of the leaders from EVO 1. The things that didn't need reprints.
Yeah, right. The things that are like 10 cents. Yay, we got those reprints.
I mean, they're going to be foil this time with the base arts.
All right. Well, I mean, that's always nice. I enjoy
the base arts, honestly, Bandai has been knocking it out of the park with the base arts in a lot of the recent sets. And there are some that I do prefer to the full arts.
Really? Would Trafalgar Law be one of them?
No. The OP10 one... That's such a clean action pose that for the alt art.
Yeah.
But like Pluffy, the base Pluffy art is my favorite art, and it'll be nice that there's going to be a
nice little
foil version of it now.
Yeah. Looking forward.
Even though I don't play Floofy anymore.
Well, I mean, it'll come back. Floofy actually had a good result.
No, Floofy is still a good deck. I just am not that big of a fan of it anymore. It's kind of boring and linear, and there are other decks that I have that are just more interesting.
Absolutely.
Those are going to be our giveaway packs for tonight.
Right. So if you guys haven't want to follow suit from what Jay Whistle's already done in the chat, please hit that exclamation point join.
2 of you.
Yeah. Go ahead and hit the exclamation point join for your chance to win it, because right now Jay Whistle's locked himself in for a guaranteed win, and if you want, we'll just give it to Jay Whistle. Chicken Tendies, good to see you. All right, thank you for the exclamation point join. Hope you're doing well today. You gonna be going live later today, Chicken? Or Chickies, if you, I don't mind. Sorry about saying that. I think I just say Chicken Tendies all the time just because that's the joke with me. It's like everyone's like, I only play red, so I only like my Chicken Tendies. Excellent, excellent. All right, we'll definitely be seeing you later then. We only got about, say about 3 hours for the content tonight for all the different deck lists here, so I hope to see you going live. You're going to be covering some One Piece tonight, or are you doing another one of those off-topic type of streams here? Happy to be here in the meantime. Absolutely, appreciate you. Yeah, I'm curious if you're... what's your theme tonight? Because I know you have a different bunch of themes that you like to do on those streams. Pretty entertaining. Definitely entertaining to watch, and I've been sending a lot of people your way. But before we get into any more of that, I just want to say, yes, we're going to have these 2 packs ready to go, and we're going to get into the news right here. No, sir. No, thank you. Thank you. I love it when creators get together and they start supporting each other. I think that this space needs to realize that a lot of these creators need to really just band together and support each other and help them all grow. There is a place for all of us to have that time, and we each bring something new and our own unique take on the community. And I don't think that there is a competition for us. I think that it's a misnomer to think that I would look at another creator and maybe like say Asmongold or something like that. He's not even in my spectrum because he doesn't play TCGs in the same area. Even so, I wouldn't even see him as a competitor. I would just see him as another creator out there that maybe shares, if we did similar content, and we could collab, and that's what they do, and I think some of the greats do. And I think I'd like to see that a lot more from the lower creators, to start collabing more, guys. So get out there and start doing some fun games with each other to bring the communities together and showcase what awesome talent we have here on the Twitch platform.
Yeah, I'd rather collaborate with someone who doesn't use a dead rat as an alarm clock.
Agreed. Thank you. I think he's agreed to what I was saying, but yeah, it was mostly just an example of someone who's like high on the platform. I mean, Cross AI has been growing on here. Who's it? Speed is probably the highest, or I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen.
Or Kaisnat, I believe, are the
Kaisnat, that's right. Yeah, and those guys they're just doing the in real life streaming, just chatting type of stuff, which is one of the Twitch's most popular formats. But here in the TCG world, this is where we get together.
Or we're just talking about cardboard and nerd stuff,
right? Before somebody else tries to make it popular and makes another shortage in Pokemon TCGs.
Look, Logan Paul and his consequences have been detrimental to the human race, and that's all I'm going to say on that.
Well, oh, shoot. Wrong too. Oh, good take. Do apologize.
I mean, between what? Filming corpses, crypto rug pulls, and creating the Pokemon and TCG shortage in general. Because now a bunch of investment types think that every
Pokemon
single
cards.
pack is going to have a Shadowless Charizard in it.
That base rarity 10 with that's definitely going to be 10. Oh my goodness, see ya. Are you being for real? Or are you being for real? Because I'm not gonna like poo-poo on it. But is Logan Paul really your hero? I mean, there's so many good people in this world. Many good people you could emulate.
You could choose a better hero.
Like, I'm not saying that like to poo-poo on whatever your choice is. You are you, and respect to you. But there's so many good people out there. So many that you could emulate that could really help elevate yourself here. Just saying. All right, back to the news here. I digress. Flesh and Blood, like we said earlier, ProQuest is going to be happening this weekend at Lifelink Games. This Saturday at 11 o'clock, we are going to be covering the Pro Tour qualifier for this event. I'm going to be covering recording this content and then covering it live on Sunday, following that sometime around noon. So if you guys want to check this out, highly recommend it. If you guys want to play this, a lot of money on the line here, a lot of good cards and prize support that they give out these Pro Tours. So I know some people are talking about the qualification alone. They would use the prize cards to help pay the way there, and then the stuff that they earn there to get their way back, because the cards are that valuable. But Lifelink Games does have a number of different events happening this weekend. On top of that, we also have another store tournament that's going to be happening at Lifelink Games this Saturday for One Piece TCG. We have.
Is this an official Bandai tournament, or is just?
I can't. I think next month is when they're all going to be official Bandai tournaments. That was one of the things I wanted to bring up to a lot of chatters out here, that we have this thing that we're going to be putting a lot of store championships into the system for recording it, because Bandai wants to see store championships. It doesn't mean we'll have the product for a store championship, but it will be recorded as one, so we can keep those things open.
Oh, Lil Pound Cake, congratulations!
Yo! Today the day! Little Pound Cake, congratulations!
That's awesome!
Yo! See, because I know I'm at the hustle. That is awesome, bro! For those that don't know, Little Pound Cake's been expecting for all of this month here. This is the time where we knew that the delivery was going to happen. He was going in for an appointment, I think, yesterday. And today's a days at the hospital, so we're going to have a new one. A new little Pound Cake.
All right, well, yeah. Congrats, man. I bet that's real exciting.
Yeah, right? I hope everything's going well, and I hope everything goes well at the end of this thing. I hear the second one's a lot easier through I don't know. I don't know anything about this experience, but I've heard that sometimes the second one's easier. Yeah. That is fantastic news. Little Pound Cake, congratulations. Yes. Bring another one in the world here. Man. And thank you for letting us know. I appreciate that. Guys, huge shout out to Little Pound Cake. All right. Sorry, I lost track here a little bit. So
I mean, that's a
huge announcement.
Great thing to lose track of your thought process for.
Yeah, right?
So
wasn't expecting it tonight. I knew I was on edge to know when it was going to happen, but I wasn't expecting it tonight. That's fantastic. Can't wait to get offline and then see how things are going. All right. So, yes, this weekend on Friday, we're going to have our modern or dual commander content. We haven't figured it out here, but we have decks for both of those for the Magic the Gathering players. Also, we are releasing the tins this weekend. So if you guys want to come out, grab those new tins, the Dawns that we were talking about that are now at Lifelink Games and ready to go. We will be having Union Arena store tournament this Saturday. So if you guys are looking to play into that, that's all IPs legal for some awesome prize support. And that'll be happening at 3 o'clock on Saturday. And this is while the Pro Tour is going to be going on. So I won't be able to record both, unfortunately, at the same time. We'll also be having some Dragon Ball Z hosting this Saturday. So if you guys are looking forward to some new Dragon Ball Z, because we have, a lot of pre-releases coming out soon, too. 2 weeks from now, the new Union Arena set drops, which I'm going to show you guys some really cool cards from it. And in Dragon Ball Z, the newest set drops. So we're going to have two in the same weekend, back-to-back new sets for these. When does EBO 1 drop?
2.
Or 2?
EBO 1 dropped last year.
No, I meant sorry, EBO 2. When's it drop here?
2 drops the 9th, I believe.
The 9th? Okay, so very quickly after this.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a whole new set of One Piece TCG to get through, and man, these sets are just back to back to back, especially when you play so many TCGs like we do.
And another manga Luffy!
Yeah, because we need another one. I think it was time. It was definitely time.
And after that, the next set's manga is also a Luffy.
It's a time. It was time, guys. It was about time. It's been building up. We've been waiting all of one set for it to be Luffy again.
We had a 1 set break from Luffy. You know, there was a whole year in between the first 2 manga Luffys.
Hey, Kinetic Carnage, good to see you. Thanks to exclamation point join. Yeah, we're going to get into your match here in just a little bit. I'm just going to get over the news real quick and then get into game 1. And we'll take a break from there because you guys' match, man, that one took a long time. I'm glad you guys got to think through the strategies, though, because I got to listen in through some of the gameplay that they had here. I love the way that these two connect.
And you two can listen in on Patreon.
Yes, absolutely. For the ones that I know that are safe and ready to go, or just absolutely fun.
The ones without Brandon?
Yeah, essentially. The ones without Brandon come Patreon safe that we can post on there. Something really nice for the guys that want to pay.
Maybe we'll hook up our editor and let him bleep out the Brandon parts.
Right. Alrighty, so Pokemon is going to be this Friday. Pokemon League, so if you guys want to check out some of that, if everything goes well, this will be the one I'm going to be hosting tomorrow, live from the studio. So you guys can get in for your chance of winning one of 2 free packs. I don't know if we have the Journey Together packs in yet, but if we do, I'll make sure that those are the prize packs for the giveaway. Big hits in that one. Big hits. Like I said, the Duel for the Duels is coming up in 2 weeks. The same time. Not the same time. Like this weekend. I'm sorry. This weekend's Duel for a Duel. For the Duel Commander guys.
Oh, it's Duel for a Duel Land. I get it now.
Yeah. So the Duel Lands go for $750 to $1,000.
Yeah, I was about to say they go for too much money.
Mm-hmm. And it's a big barrier for most Duel Commander players. So it's an opportunity for you to get your hands on some of the legacy old. What do they call it? They're on the reserve list, so there's no.
Oh, they are on the reserve list. They're part of the Power 9. I
No,
thought the
not
Power 9.
no, they're not Power 9.
The reserve list.
Power 9 is not the only one though. There was actually a list of about 300 cards. I want to say. It's probably too much. There was a lot. There was a lot of cards that were on the reserve list. Some of them not that valuable. Some of them quite valuable. And Dual Lands and Power 9, of course, being the most valuable out of those cards here.
I thought cards on the reserve list were banned from tournament play.
Nope, they're just banned from being reprinted. That's all it means.
That's lame.
Mm-hmm. Yep, because back in the day, something I think you guys can learn from, especially if you're in TCGs, learn from the mistakes of the past. So
reprint your cards.
Yeah, allow the reprints and stop thinking that just because they're diminishing the value of your stuff that it's going to be the case all the time. There were people that were complaining about the reprints in One Piece diminishing the price, like
for the base rarity cards. Who cares?
That's
Those weren't going to be the valuable cards anyway. If you want valuable cards, first off, I am not a fan of investment types in these games. I think if you want to collect, that's fine, but like seeing these as like an asset to like buy and invest and trade, that kind of seems a bit ridiculous to me. But like if you are gonna like want something that's gonna retain value, if like you want like some sort of security blanket, like if you need to sell your collection off for something, invest in alt arts and stuff. Those are the ones that are gonna retain value.
Absolutely.
Because they're not gonna reprint alt arts. They're only gonna reprint base rarity cards. So if you think base rarity cards are good investments,
we got
you
news
can
for
still gamble, attendees. You can still gamble all you want. You just don't invest.
Right? And gamble for the big hits, but the big hits don't really even get hurt. We had the latest PRB set, right? That was the one that had the God Pack in it. That had all the reprints of the mangas. Guess what? The mangas barely even took a hit.
Yeah,
and they've recovered
a lot
well.
of mangas have differences, from what I understand.
Absolutely. But that goes to it, right? So that's my point with these dual lands. They don't want to reprint them because they didn't want to have their base rarity, the beta and alpha versions of the thing, lose value. But in reality, they wouldn't have. And if people would stop in the moment freaking out of reprints, saying, oh my god, you're ruining the game, it's like, you're not. You're not ruining the game. You're making it more available for other people. So Magic came up with a reserve list, which I hope nobody in the sake of TCGs ever does again. I mean, I hope at one point Wizards just bites the bullet because they're going to piss off a lot of the investor types. They're going to piss off a lot of people.
From what I understand, Magic is one of the worst when it comes to the investor types.
Yeah, because people have been around doing it for the longest, and the price ceiling for some of their cards are higher than anybody else's.
Right, it's like that and Pokemon.
Both of those, if you would have gotten.
Although, Pokemon is actually still cheap to play, from my understanding. Whereas Magic isn't.
In the newer sets, the way that they print the stuff. But if you were to try and collect some of the older stuff and have to play with that.
I mean.
No, yeah. They've done some reprints for those. So, again, they're smart enough to do the reprints to help you out with these. But this is one of the things that I think Wizards needs to get together and say, you know what, screw it. We're going to reprint these things. And I know that I'm going to have a couple people that hate me for breaking the reserve list. But, guys, people want to be able to play with these cards, and we're never going to see them ever again, and they're just too expensive, and that ceiling is too high to bring in new players. And if you don't bring in new players, the formats die. Why don't you think we have any legacy tournaments anymore? Why don't you think we have any vintage tournaments anymore? Why do you think other formats
You're telling
are
me that not everyone can afford, play sets of Black Lotus and Time Walk?
Yeah, right? Yeah. So, I mean, all of these formats that other people actually enjoy. I've talked to quite a few people who enjoy those formats. Guess what? People can't play them. Even pre-modern has its own limitations. It's a fun format. Most people have a lot of cards for it, but not everybody. And it's an extremely expensive format because most of the cards are extremely old. I mean, look at the cards that are even displayed on here. Most of those things are going for 50 plus, if not hundreds of dollars. So a pre-modern, another one of those formats that it's around, people still play it, but I think you would have a wider player base if there wasn't a ceiling to prevent you from getting into the game.
And this is actually, like, kind of to bring this back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Is something Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been really good at recently, is ever since they actually started officially supporting legacy formats, they've actually been reprinting cards for those formats. Like,
good.
You'll see in the most recent set, Quarter Century Stampede, there are a lot of legacy format reprints for things like Edison format and Goat format that you see.
Yeah. I've seen their, like, it's second or third or fourth anniversary special edition thing that they came out with.
No. The Quarter Century stuff. This is the last one, though.
Are we sure? Are we sure?
They said it's the last one.
Okay.
I hope they keep the rarity collection because it's been great for the accessibility of the game because, I mean, now cards like Fiendsmith Engraver and Mulch Army Forlos, which were $100 plus cards, Engravers now, you can get the super rare of it for less than $1.
Oh, nice.
Forlos, the super, I believe, is still going for like $17 a copy, but still way better. Because, I mean, like, it's a card that you need because it's the second coming of Maxi, but at least it's, like, affordable now.
Absolutely. Before we get into the rest of it, I do want to remind people the Final Fantasy set is coming out here soon. June 13th is a week, so stay tuned for the week of June 9th through the 13th. I will be having a huge special where I'm playing Final Fantasy 6, 3 for those that are purist, and 7, or whichever one. I think it's 6 is the purist and 3 is the game printing on it. But 6 and 7 will be the ones that I'm going to be playing live here in the studio. Just enjoying some RPG, some good old JRPGs. JRPGs, thank you. Yeah, I figured I was getting that wrong. Yeah. They've been my favorite. I've been playing Final Fantasy my entire life, and all of them, all the iterations of it.
I've never played a Final Fantasy game in my life.
It's a shame. Some of them really good. I especially recommend going to the older ones and just checking out how good the storytelling was. The music limitations and what they were able to do back then, phenomenal. And the storytelling was peak, hands down. And that's why people like 6 so much. It's why it was so popular. It's because it's by far considered to be one of the best storytellings of Final Fantasy.
I mean, when I usually hear about Final Fantasy, it's usually either 7 or the terrible laugh from the protagonist of 10.
Ha 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 ha! I can't even do it right. It's
ha 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 ha! That's my best attempt at it.
That's what today's stream here is. This is the worst laughs in history.
Right, okay. Enough about the Fortnite card game.
Right. All right, I did want to watch this with you guys. I thought this was kind of neat. They did a reveal of the starter deck Ace and Newgate. Oh, that's loud. Oh, they can't even hear it anyways.
紫だけちょっとこうね乗ってる感じがまたおしゃれ。
いいですね。
かっこいいね。
モノトーンな感じもいいですね。
ねえ。あ、ちゃんとおでんもいるんだね。
モノクロ持ってもいますちゃんと。
Okay.
はい。
さあいいぞ。次。
うわ
かっこいい。
これいい。
うわなんか新鮮。かっこよ。すごい。
やばい。
So this one's going to work similar to the way that
親父来たかった。
来たかったな。
So check out those promos, guys, as they start coming out here. They're going to be one of the things you want to chase. Mochi Gamer, good to see you. Thanks to exclamation point join.
Yoden is probably the card that I think is the best card from this deck. I think this is going to be great for Boa specifically because it will trigger its restand effect will trigger Boa's leader ability to draw a card potentially.
Oh, nice.
Oh, and these are both the supers, which is why they're showing them off like that. There's the Josu.
No, man. Is this the same Josie we have? No, this is weird. Yeah. They do, honestly, Chicken Teddy's is 100% right. The cards just get nicer and nicer. Look at the way that the ice looks in that super.
Those are diamonds, not
Diamonds, sorry. I got, like, tunnel vision because I know the first time that I got to see Josie like this was at the when Ice Age at Rainfall.
Squad.
Yeah.
That's a nice looking card. Too bad this card's not very good.
Oh, yeah. You know, Whitebeard pirates don't get enough love. Some of the older ones. Ooh. Do you remember this guy's name?
No, but like this is the problem with this set is there were a lot of vanillas in it. One cost Vista Blocker. Very nice looking card though.
Mochi Gamer is saying that the best alt art is definitely Josie. I can agree with it so far. After looking at these things, I wanted to see these guys with you together. Came up on my feed and I was like, oh, I definitely want to see this. And see what these guys were showcasing for some of these alt arts. Because this is my first opportunity to see what these look like in person. Ooh, Marco looks great.
This Marco is like actually good for this Ace Newgate deck.
I have no idea what's happening, but I think she has a crush on Marco.
There's Loris Jr.
Nice. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's just vanilla, but
Still, like, I mean, and for vanilla treatment, I mean, yeah. Heck yeah, let's go. Ew.
there are a lot of vanillas in this deck.
I really wish I could speak Japanese sometimes. I need what all the excitement is about. Oh, here we go. Another one that's got some.
Lead. Yep.
Ooh.
That is very nice looking.
Heck yeah.
Too bad this leader is not fantastic.
We were expecting to see some massive players for this, but I think a lot of us wanted to see this more.
I mean, I've done a little bit of testing with this on Sim. It's a fun deck, certainly, but it's not very strong. I think it's like mainly the Marco like pairs well with the leader effect because it's draw one, stack one.
That's right, because this one pays off from knowing what part of your deck is, right? So this is a lot of stacking on top of it. Yeah, I want to showcase that with you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that a little bit. And I appreciate the Andy Collects for posting this for us so we can get our first in-person real look at what these are going to look like when we get them in several months from now.
September 5th?
September 5th. So 5 months from now. To see a look at that. Now, this is one of the things I want to talk about real quick before we get in the deck list. This is dropping out in 2 weeks here. We're going to have the Sword Art Online is coming out, and I know that there's a lot of players that are super excited for this IP. These are signatures, I believe, both 2 stars. Yep, looks like the two stars from the set. These things usually go for $300-400 right out the gate, and given that some of these characters might have their own following for the waifu tax, if you will, or just the girl tax of like the girls I want to protect tax for the younger ones. Like I don't know how to explain it, but it's just like you know what I'm talking about. Like
right.
The beloved characters get the tax.
People get attached to cardboard of characters with about the personality of cardboard cutouts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, you know, the prototype for solo leveling in terms of being absolutely boring, but people still adored regardless because cool action and the main character is invincible.
Yeah.
So, like in terms of mediocre anime that get way too popular, Sword Art Online is.
You know what that makes me really want? I really want to see Invincible versus Sung Jin Woo.
I have not seen the new season 3 of Invincible, so don't spoil anything.
Okay, no. I definitely want you to check it out. Especially to that series is fantastic. That one's getting a lot of fun.
I've seen the first couple seasons.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, third season.
Now that Amazon Prime shows ads, I'm less likely to want to.
I know, because I paid for the non-ad treatment, and now those ads keep coming up, and I was like, "Is this new?" And yeah, it is. Apparently, there's a new tier. I'm like, why? God, why does everything got to get closer and closer to what cable used to be like? But yeah, these are going to be some of the chase cards. They're knocking it out of the park here lately for some of their alt arts that they're showcasing for these.
Now they only need to make the base arts good.
Yeah, and I think they're on their way. It just needs to get enough of a backing.
Finding the finest anime screenshots.
They look great. I love these. I especially want to for some of the characters. I can't wait to get into Black Clover and some of the Asta arts. Those look awesome. Can't wait to get that in my hands. But this is the next one coming out in 2 weeks. Hope to see you all there for the pre-release. And a little note for anybody out there that might be coming. It's going to be on Sunday, not Saturday, because of all the things happening on Saturday. So Saturday is the regionals.
Manga tournament.
The manga tournament. The release of the Dragon Ball Z in the evening for that. Along with several other little side events with the draft with Magic the Gathering. There's so much going on that Saturday. There's no room.
The Fortnite card game always needs to be in there somehow. We always need to insert the Fortnite card game in there somehow.
Of course, because it is the card game that's lasted and made these card games even possible. Where I do disagree with a lot of things that have been happening with the way Wizards been handling the card game. Hats off to them for creating this type of a mechanic in a game that is actually functional in this.
Being able to draw no mana and immediately losing the game?
No, I'm talking about the idea of being able to own your game the way that we can still, and it's getting harder and harder, as anybody who's been paying attention to the new releases for video games might attest to, that it is getting harder and harder to own your own game and have value in the stuff that you own and have something that you can invest in, not as an investor, but as a person to say, hey, if I need something, I can get out of jail free card. Sometimes these actually pay off as get out of jail free cards. And it is a fun, interactive, social mechanic. You're not going to see a lot of Monopoly players going head-to-head wanting to go to Lifelink Games to want to play Monopoly.
Monopoly community, step it up.
You're not going to see Uno players coming out to Lifelink Games to...
Uno players, step it up. Come on, we know you're out there.
And how many times can you play Cards Against Humanity before you just get all the jokes? And it's just like, okay.
I mean, there are a lot of card combinations in that.
That's
I think
so true.
that, like, realistically, you actually could go pretty far. And they have, like, a bunch of expansions for Cards Against Humanity.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Mm-hmm. They do, quite a bit. They even have one for One Piece, which is really funny. I think we'd play that someday, just for fun.
I saw, like, kid-friendly Cards Against Humanity expansion, and that kind of confused me, because I'm like, isn't the whole point that it's, like, offensive jokes?
Yeah.
Like, that seems like kind of an oxymoron, kid-friendly Cards Against Humanity.
I'd like to see what that looks like and not buy it. Because I don't think it's going to be worth
it's
the
probably
purchase.
just apples to apples, right?
Oh, that's true. That one was a fun one. But that's another card game that it's not pulling people in here. Like, these are card games that get people to come into the card store, socialize, interact, get something on your investment in return on product, and just have a good time socializing with people that share interest in your IPs. And that type of mechanic, that aspect of bringing these TCGs together. Hats off to Magic for helping us get up to this point. Now fix your game. Appreciate
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would credit the Redemption TCG. I think that the power of Jesus is what really got us this far. I mean, Moses Turbo is still my favorite strategy. I don't actually know anything about Redemption. I just know that it's the Bible card game that like was one of the first early card games.
I still have my rookie card for Jesus. Like, no one knew that he was going to be as powerful as he was. As a rookie?
Really?
Yeah, as a rookie, they didn't know. They didn't know. So I held on to that rookie card, and then sure enough, it exploded. It was great. No one would have known. Like, do you know this guy went into a cave, dead. 3 days later, alive. Insane. No one saw that coming. Rookie of the year, everybody.
I mean,
Rookie of the year.
I feel like part of it was that he did see it coming and kind of accepted it.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of the whole point, was like that was his entire purpose.
The people around him didn't know. They were out there, they were waiting, they're like, he's all full of crap. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Comes back. I'm not dead yet. Now let's see Kobe do that. I'm just kidding. Rest in peace, Kobe. The basketball player.
It's about to say, the One Piece character is not dead.
No. I actually, thank you, because I do need to clarify that. I don't want you guys thinking I spoiled it for One Piece. No, he's good. He's good.
In chapter 1250, Kobe dies.
And for those out there that are not keeping track, we're at 1147. So just came out. If you haven't read it, check it out. It's pretty good.
I have not read the
It's pretty good.
latest chapter yet.
So that's all I'm gonna say. I enjoy it. I don't think it's like game breaking, but I think it is definitely it sets up a lot that I'm looking forward to next week. And there's no break. So
I mean, it's usually a couple chapters, then a break. And I mean, like, Oda deserves to spend time with his family, I think. And with how grueling the like weekly schedule for like making manga and Shonen Jump is, they should be allowed to take breaks. Because 19 pages usually of like the kind of stuff that they're being demanded of every single week. I believe Oda said in an interview that he gets about like 3 hours of sleep a day.
Really?
So yeah, the man deserves to be able to take a nap, I think.
Yeah, agreed.
Like, actually go back to his house or his home and talk, like actually spend time with his kids. Because I remember hearing in another interview that when Naruto finished, the first thing Kishimoto did was brag to Oda that he could actually spend time with his family.
Oh, that's a low blow. Oh no. But at least he got that time with his family.
Yeah.
All right, the next thing I'm going to show you guys before we get into the deck techs and start showcasing the first round, I want to highly preface here. Actually, I need you to see my face. I really want you guys to understand this. I am not a proponent of gacha games. I don't like to push these things. It goes against my you own your product type of thing here. So I'm going to advertise something that I'm not being paid to advertise. Because I have found this game, excuse me, I have found this game to be actually fun and informative. One of the TCGs that I will be covering on this channel here is Gundam. As soon as it comes out in July, we've had a lot of people behind it the starter decks were going crazy. You had a good time, did you? You 3-0'd it, right?
Didn't know what I was doing and somehow got first place, so can't complain.
Yeah,
I gotta say the green deck seems pretty strong. If someone like me can just bumble around and still go undefeated.
Right. But it was still a good time. I mean, it's a really good card game. That is where this channel is going. Because some people don't know that there's 30, 40 years of history here for Gundam.
I mean, I feel like it's a bit more than that. I think Gundam came out in what, like
the 70s, was it?
It was like 60s or 70s. Yeah, which is more than 30 or 40 years, man. That's like 50. I think Gundam is like 50, so.
Gundam original release date. 17's 9. So, okay, so 20, 30, 46. 46 years. So almost at its 50-year anniversary of being a successful anime, successful
mega media franchise,
right? Selling out toys in ways that they never thought possible. So I'm going to
making a FPS game that died pretty quickly because the balancing was terrible.
Yeah, that's true. And it's been one of the TCGs that has not only seen the most amount of reiterations, the most amount of failures, but hopefully the biggest success coming out here in July.
I mean, I feel like it's ripe for making a TCG because, again, there are almost 50 years of content to like turn into cards. Which, I mean, One Piece, which has been doing fantastic, is only like 25 years,
right?
Or 96, so
just over 30.
Just over 30 years, and I mean, even then, that's like we're kind of running out of stuff that the anime can do.
Yeah,
because it's 25 years for the anime.
And 30 since the creation of the manga.
Yeah.
So before I go into this and explain this to you, I want to put out a little PSA. If you can't control yourself,
spend your entire life savings on anime women JPEGs. The big booba anime women are worth it.
Not at all what I want to say. In fact, the opposite of what I want to say. Thank you for that. Please, if you can't control yourself, so you can tell yourself about all the movies. No, if you can't control yourself, please don't download this thing. I want you to enjoy this game the way that I'm enjoying it. So we just released yesterday this new.
I would like to quote a Mr. Theodore Geisel in saying, "Gambling is not a sin, provided you always win."
Just because it rhymes doesn't make it true.
But what about it when it's rhymed and said by Dr. Seuss?
No. Even then, I still can't find them like green eggs and ham, and I wouldn't eat it because it's green. It means it's poison. All right.
But it's good.
PSA over if you can't control yourself in gotcha games, please.
My school actually did like a green eggs and ham week. And
did they really?
Yeah, no, my elementary school.
Did you actually like it?
I mean, it was like school food, so.
Oh yeah.
But it was fun. It was like on the higher quality of school food.
Okay, I mean it's got that going for it. All right, one of the games I want to present to you guys came out just yesterday. Sales reached a record-breaking million sales of people getting into this game. The one thing that I love about this game right now, and I want to preface here, is if you don't know the storyline of Gundam and you feel like it's too long to catch up on, for absolutely free, so long as you show self-control, you don't need to get that to get the storyline from here. This game is going to showcase every single series that's been made in Gundam, all across all the series.
In all the timelines?
Yep, all the timelines, and even help you through the timelines. And really showcase some of the Gundam suits and their pilots, and give you information about it. This is chock full of just great content that'll summarize some of the stories that you may not have time to get into, and it maybe help you refresh your memory of what it was like when you watched these cards in the 1970s. So I highly recommend this game for that purpose.
Again, I'm just like, hearing all this talk is more like me just, it reminds me of that one scene from like near the end of Great Teacher Onizuka where the one girl has to like stay with a bunch of Gundam nerds and she just doesn't know what's going on at all and it drives her crazy.
I mean, that's like for us for all games, like anything nerd-like. I can't tell you how many people I have no idea what you're talking about because I'll talk about any game and they won't know what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about an anime.
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing. So here's a game, Gundam General Eternal. It's #1 in sales and ranking. Hats off to them because the game is great. I love the graphics from here. I love the reusing the same old art back from the day to showcase that and abbreviating the storyline for you to get the critical key points of these Gundam series. And trust me when I say it, like, the story's good. If you guys can understand exactly what this guy was trying to create back in the day, and you know the history of the Gundam artist and how he got to where he wanted to. It's saying refinance everything. No,
Yes,
no.
yes. Listen to your dark inner thoughts. It can only go well. You don't need a family. You don't need a house. You don't need food. You need anime JPEGs. Please.
Where all that is holy, do not fall for the trap. I think if you're gonna, I might actually put some money in this game, but only to say thank you for the game, to say for like a certain.
That's how it always starts. That's how they always get you.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they always get you.
But I have self-control.
That was me with Honkai Star Rail, and I had to delete that game off of my phone because it was taking up too much space.
Yeah, and too much money, and these things. That just, guys, don't fall for the gotcha. Know that the gotcha exists, and just know that this game is definitely worth the download. It's absolutely for free.
I mean, God knows how much money I spent on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links.
No, yeah. So, but don't invest in digital gambling. Invest
in real gambling. Remember, you're only like 26 hands of blackjack away from becoming a billionaire.
Okay.
99% of gamblers quit before they make it big.
Oh god, they're gonna start showing these clips of all the AA people, and they're just gonna immediately renege on their journey to sobriety here. No,
all I will say is I am being 100% sarcastic.
Yes, he is 100%. Hopefully, the laughter and the rest of this is enough for you to understand the reality. These things can take control of you if you are not one that can monitor and control your urges. I do not recommend this game to you. I do not. There's thousands of really cool things in this game that you might get pulled into the trap. If you want to read a beautiful storyline, see the characters, see some really cool tactical gameplay that I remember back in the day when I used to play RPGs. It's got a lot of the rewards you for understanding how things work and some great storylines to it. And I truly think this is a great game, but I do not want to recommend it to people.
So what he's saying is pirate the Gundam animes and emulate Advance Wars.
Advance Wars was a good game. All right, so yeah, this was it. I did want to put a shout out here. Again, not sponsored. These I don't even think they would sponsor me based on my take on these kind of games. Maybe they would, if they were good people, they'd say, listen, he was being right about it.
How many Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship emails have you gotten?
Over 45, and I refuse to do it because it is as great as the art is in that game. I just don't want to celebrate gacha games. I think that the ones that just literally survive on offering you nothing but a game that's barely fun to play, but barely not terrible, just so they can sell you this digital art that's going to be likely at some point discontinued, and all the investment you put into it's going to be gone. I don't know how long.
Not if you wail hard enough. You can always keep your favorite gachas alive by wailing harder.
I guess. As someone who, back in the past, I've thankfully gotten to the point where I can control my own addictions on these things and understand what they are. I don't recommend this to people that don't have self-control. Don't get into it. But if you do have self-control and you really want to check this out, and you want to check out what's happening in the TCG that's about to come down, and you want to know what that background story is like, this is a great start. A very good game, very well designed, fantastic. Like, I love all the mechanics to it. It doesn't feel like the gambling ching 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 and like all the bright lights and shiny colors, and they're trying to get you. It doesn't even take you to the store for, I think, 3 days before it tells you the store even exists, which is a huge plus. Like, anyone has gotten these games, like, they know that a lot of these card games or a lot of these little digital games, the first thing they do is like, hey, gotta get you on that pole, They don't even show you that stuff, or you have to find that on your own.
You interested in some mechas, kid?
So hats off to them. I think that they did a lot right here. Not sponsored. I don't think I ever will be sponsored because I don't like gacha games. But I do, if you have self-control, recommend this game. It's a lot of fun. I definitely recommend it. I give it a good 7 out of 10 for quality, great game design, and storytelling, because I've already read it before and watched a lot of it, but there's a lot of stuff I haven't seen yet. I'm excited to get through it and check out those new other series.
Gundam? More like Gundam, am I right? All right, we've been waffling around for like an hour.
Mark here. All right, guys, we're gonna take a quick break here. Gonna go blow my nose, take care of some stuff because allergies. It's been a problem.
Yeah,
but...
he's gonna blow his nose.
Oh God. The clips are not in context here. I don't think I've ever had a stream that had more clips that you could take out of context. Thank you for this. All right, guys, we're going to take just a quick 5 minutes. We're going to come back here. We're going to see the match you guys already got kind of spoiled too. It's going to be Shanks versus Marco. Round 1. Check it out. We'll be right back.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Till the quiet and the echoes became colder. But I never really knew that it was over. Till the quiet and the echoes became colder. Took my love, then gave it back. It's yours to leave, but it won't keep me from this heart attack. And I'll try to carry on again, but I never really knew that it was over.
Welcome back to Homebrew Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me.
Now I can't see as well.
Porter in the house, ready to go for our first round of this awesome practice for regionals. We do have a regionals here at Lifelink Games coming up the 26th. A lot of us, about eight or 10 of us, made it into the top 32 for this. You made it. I made it. We're going to be practicing some certain decks and practicing what we might want to play. I'm hoping for a lot of my hombros to take home the championship in here. I'm really hoping one of our locals takes it down, especially you. Like,
I mean, I love to be able to get an invite and go to Nats and actually probably go like X3 drop, but it would be a fun experience nonetheless.
Right. I personally, for me, I would like to lift these guys up more than go myself. As much as I would love to go, and trust me, I do like competitive card games. I've been on a lot of different pro tours and a lot of different grinds for those things on Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering. And I do enjoy the journey and when it comes...
Until you got banned from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, right? So, there's just, I'm getting to the point where I just like to cover the games. I like to play the games. I like to learn new games. And right now, my mind is so full of all the different TCGs, trying to get people into the shop and playing that, and being there at Lifelink Games, that my priorities are now getting older, and now I am just... I'm here to try and improve the experience for everybody else and lift up other players like this who I know are really good at the game and I would love to see represent.
Really good is a stretch.
You embody the humbleness I love in this channel, but thank you. You're very good at this
adequate
game.
at this game. I am okay.
He's very good. I'll be the one to say it if he doesn't want to say it. One of these days I'll get him to say it. We'll find out. That'll be the evolution of Porter's personality when he recognizes he is good at this game. Skill recognizes skill, and I know he has it.
I'll recognize my skill when I actually have something to show for it.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get you there. And this is going to be your opportunity, step one, to get you there. I can't wait. But before we do, let's get into stuff on the deck list. And if you guys haven't yet, please hit that exclamation point join. We got 2 free packs to give away at the end of the stream. No hits have been pulled from this community box yet. So that means one of these 2 hits or 3 hit box could be yours. Big money in these hits. Some of them, anyways. We'll find out which ones they are when someone pulls them. All right, starting off from Mark's build here, Shanks. This one a little bit different. It looks like a control build, but also looks like a rush build. So I feel like this was trying to, with the numbers of 2s and 3s, I feel like this was just trying to live the best of both worlds. What do you think?
I mean, it looks like a Shanks build. I mean, I don't know too much about Shanks. It looks like Shanks to me. I mean, yeah, we've got a lot more of the control aspects, like the 10-cost film. We've got the building snakes. And
new gates. Yeah. The Yasop that kind of adds a little bit to it, which is usually an indicator.
I feel like Yasop could go either way.
And I've seen it, but when you're looking at rush builds, right? So there's 3 different builds that we've seen out there. Yeah, the Zoo one, which is just a unique one, off the meta. Don't worry about it.
Worse Zero.
Yes, it is legitimately worse Zero.
And yet he insists on playing that instead of Zero.
And, I mean, I might bring in the Zero just for fun and kicks, because I didn't get to play Zoro when he first came out here. So
you weren't playing when he first came out.
No, I was collecting back then. That's why I had that blue bottom. So, but that's all I was doing back in the early days. Collector, now player, and getting into it. But you have the other 2 versions. You have the Rush Ace, which is just kind of beat down. You want to beat your opponent by your 10 Dawn turn. Like, you really want to just have the Ace be the closer.
Ace?
I'm sorry, the Shanks or the Goldie Roger just be the closer for these matchups. Or you try to get underneath them by even 8 Dawn turn if you can get fast enough. And a lot of decks do fold to that. Decks like Blackbeard fold to it. There's a lot of decks out there that try to establish a board state. And if you put too much pressure on them in the early game, they're going to crumble. I think Bonnie is also another example of if you put too much pressure on Bonnie in the early game and are able to avoid the lockdown ability, the rush deck benefits it. But where the rush deck lacks is sustainability. Because when it comes to later games, the ones that can stabilize often end up winning the game against these decks. That's where the Control Shanks came in. And this is a deck that we see quite regularly, even in Nationals, do pretty well and get stuff from the championship top. Not the win, at the top. Where it was playing Control to try to beat those Doffy matchups and those other go-wide type strategies that you would see from other decks.
And Doffy is still a good deck.
Yeah.
Even after the Jinbei ban.
Surprisingly.
And Lucci is still a good deck after losing everything.
Right? The 2 best cards in his deck, and it still can actually perform well, which is pretty impressive.
All I have to say is nothing ever happens.
Accurate. I like that. So this build right here, playing a little bit more on the that film Shanks that you talked about, which is unique to this deck. I think that I played in the initial part of my Shanks builds. I played that one because it's really good.
Plays it because it is just a big body kills something.
Mm-hmm. How many do you play in yours?
2.
2. Okay. So
yeah, 2 is standard. I think in 11 I've seen a couple of Shanks builds run 3.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it does contest a lot of the things that blue-purple Luffy does.
Mm. Yeah. Another thing that we've been seeing quite a bit in red decks, just because it's like a little mini dragon. I absolutely love this fact that it is a little mini dragon, given that dragon's his father.
Although dragon's not been very present in Luffy's life.
Yeah, right.
Father and a biological...
Carnage.
Well... I know.
Okay.
I was going to say, well, you know what to do about that.
Yeah, right. I like what he's trying to do here. He's trying to see the best of both worlds, and I think honestly, if Mark gets in there and looks at this and he says, "Okay, I like this format of play better," he might try to move these up to the 4-0s, because I think that's really what this deck is missing for consistency. When you do a lot of these 2s and 3s and 2s,
who needs consistency? Just draw the cards you want to draw.
Yeah. You'd run into the problem where the consistency is not there, because it's all over the place and you don't know which mode or side you're going to have, and that can be detrimental for some games, and sometimes it's the right deck because it shows up when you want it to. It's like high rolling. It's like when I needed it to be the rush build, it was the rush build. When I needed it to be the control build, I drew the control side. So in those cases, you can do well, but you're taking a lot of risk having some of these things that don't necessarily sequence itself or play well together when you do that. And it's not to say it's a bad build. I think this is it's an interesting nuance. I feel like a 50-50 of the 2 top performing Shanks builds, the rush build and the control build. What do you think?
Yeah.
Oh, he's already changed it. Well, if you got an update, let us know, because at the end of this match, I'd love to see people see the evolution of what you did. But he's going to be going up against a deck I'm super excited to see on camera. I'm so glad I didn't watch these things. Because we said this in the earlier when we got started here, when there was like 2 viewers. I've seen so many lists with Marco at the top tier list. So many lists. And I've not seen anybody play with this deck and showcase it. And I've not been able to showcase it on this channel for months. So
I've had a couple of Marco players.
Yeah. Back in the day we did, but we haven't had it since OP10, so we got some new cards. And I think even the last set I didn't see any Marco plays. So
actually, the newest card is the Luffy from the starter deck.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only new thing.
Monet.
Monet, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You have, let's see, starter deck Monet.
Those are the only...
2020 Chopper.
Divine Departure.
And Divine Departure. A new Goldie Roger to the build, because I didn't see it when Goldie Roger got printed. So, yeah, we have some interspaced things here. But have you played against this deck before?
I've tested against it a little bit. I did actually... This Tuesday, there was another person running.
Ooh.
Marco and I played against them.
Yeah, it looks like Kinetic Carnage. I'm going back to the other deck list here. Sorry, I missed a comment. Good call. And up in this 2020 Chopper, this thing is absolutely busted. Opponent's turn is 6,000 power. It just absolutely devastating. And in the right build, even my Smoker build, it's a 7,000 power. So it's just a really good 2K with a blocker capability. So the reason that most people love this card is because it is a 2K with a lot of upside and utility, so you can play 2 different strategies. Do you want to wall up, or do you need to hand protect? And it given the fact that you can play either or, makes this card extremely good. You don't see too many high-value blockers that also have significant counter like this. So good call, going up to 4. That honestly, as your deck starts evolving, start figuring out what direction you want to go and make some more 4-0s. Because these onesie twosies, while great, you're going to be wishing you had them if you're playing that strategy.
I mean, top end, you don't need to do 4s unless it's like a core part of your strategy.
Right. So, can you tell me more about this deck list here?
It's a Marco deck.
Mm-hmm. Which tries to do what?
So, we have Marco's leader ability. If he has a Dawn under him, draw a card, place a card on top or bottom of your deck, and then minus 2k to one of your opponent's characters. This is basically Sakazuki,
mm-hmm.
which is a banned card.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that going for us. And this lets us constantly filter our hand, and because we're also reducing power, we can either go for that to make it easier to swing into things, or use certain cards to remove things. We have the 7-cost Newgate, which fills the Dawn requirement you need for Marco's leader ability for the on play, and then you can tap it, KO a 5k, pretty strong. The 5-drop Luffy allows you to fill the leader requirement on a rusher and every turn, so that lets you be really efficient with your Dawn. And the other thing that this deck really likes doing is using the 3-cost Ivankov and the 9-cost Sanji in tandem with leader effect. So you leader effect, put a card on top, then you play either the Ivankov or the Sanji to play the card you just put on top back out.
Oh, something I'm probably sure we're gonna see. There's like basically the Sanji coming out with a beautiful monkey dragon.
And
Can
Ace, and Newgate. It can only get 9 cost or less. The
9
Roger
cost, okay.
cannot be played off of this.
Thank you. I was just gonna ask. So yeah, but off the top here, 2 back-to-back creatures like this, or characters like that, it can be absolutely devastating in the late game. Probably the most expensive part of this deck would be the Sanji. Would you agree? Or
yeah, this one's not playing. What's his face?
What's his face?
Rayleigh.
Indeed. Yeah.
So yeah.
Did I not see Riley's name? Oh, I didn't. Yeah. Okay. All right. So these are the 2 deck lists. Let's find out which one of these 2 is going to take it down. It's a nice little fun best 2 out of 3 match here between. Nope, not that one. Between 2 great players, Mark and Greg, who would like to go back and forth. I think. What was it, Mark? You were saying that Greg is your therapist. Captain Literal, is that a Marco deck? Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What?
No.
Is it a Marco deck?
No, it's a Ace Newgate deck. We're testing the SD22 cards. What are you talking about?
Okay. Now I get it. All right. Interesting play here from Greg to immediately set up for...
Well, because we can leader effect to cycle a card.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You got to have the Dawn to cycle. So it's going to be able to cycle. And that way he gets to do something on turn 1, which is not bad. Considering I don't think he has a searcher.
I didn't see any searchers, no.
Yeah. He's going to pass back to Mark here. Mark going to have the first aggression. We'll see if he comes out swinging or if he comes out the control side. So this is where we get to see what half of the deck did Mark see during this game here. Oh, he's my therapist's best friend. Oh, okay.
Oh, small world, I guess.
Right? All right, 7 coming in. How much want to bet he's got an Uda Searcher after this? Keeps him in business. No, leaving 1 open. Okay, feels a little early.
Telegraphs a Divine Departure.
Yeah. A little early for Divine Departure?
Well, I mean, if we didn't have anything else to do, the math between swinging 7 or 8 doesn't really change much.
Yeah, it's
in
2
terms
cards
of
a card.
hand. So even just bluffing this is probably still the better play.
It's a good, I think, honestly, when you're talking about bluffing, right? If you want to establish the thought that you have it in your hand, but you don't, it's a really good idea to just, like, constantly play that math and just keep them always thinking about that card.
Now we're going to see the Ivankov. We probably stack that Mask Deuce so we can play that out. Or, yeah, we have to play it out. We can't put it in hand. We just play it. So now we have that, which I believe on attack can KO something.
Okay.
And we're swinging 6.
6 coming to life. We'll see if he uses leader ability for a 1K or just gives him a 2. I can't tell you how many times I've had a 6K swung at me and I just give him a 2 because that was what I was going to block with anyways. Oh, no, decides to take it. Goes for some resources instead.
That's one of the great things about One Piece is the fact that your life cards are guaranteed resources. So it makes the, like, active hitting in, like, okay, I am getting closer to my win condition, but I'm also giving my opponents resources, so it does make it a bit of a game of chicken, which I do really like.
Yeah. To me, it's 10 times better than when the Pokemon, where you end up, like, getting prizes as you beat your opponent. So,
right, so it snowballs.
Yeah, you just snowball into victory.
Here we got that Luffy.
All right.
Swinging
Luffy coming in for his first 6.
Yeah. The Shanks, so now we have 2 6 swings, basically.
Okay. First 6 gets that Otama countered out of here, and the second one, a Tony Chopper counter out. All right, both these unsuccessful attacks, but back to Greg here. 3 to 4, Mark leading in the life here, but we'll see if in the 6th turn what he's going to do. This would be a great play for his own Luffy, if you want to do that. And then, what does Mass Deuce need them to be at before it pops?
I don't remember.
Well, you know the beauty of having...
I guess we can pause and look.
Yes, baby. I absolutely love it. Masked Deuce. 2 down when attacking character one of your opponent's 2K power or less. So it's going to need a lot more than leader ability. if it wants to KO this Luffy.
And I don't know how much more other than leader we have.
Yeah. We could... No, because the Dawn allocation doesn't work right either. At the 5 Dawn turn, you can only allocate the 2 to Mass Deuce, and the 2 cost down to 4K is just
So
not going to be
we're
enough.
putting one under Marco,
Okay.
using a lead, cycling some cards.
Good call. Gotta go. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Chicken Teddies. Appreciate it. We'll see you later tonight. Hope everything goes well. And I hope you got an amazing stream plan for everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. All right, 5 Dawn, Greg in the tank here. What do you think he's trying to think about?
Right now, I think we're thinking what card we want to put back in the deck.
Okay. Yeah. Captain Literal says, I feel like when you give your opponent resources, you have to keep in mind how you will deal with those resources. Exactly. And that's the beautiful part where it can make this game kind of like a back and forth fight, so it doesn't feel like it's just one-sided.
Okay, so we're minusing 2 to the Luffy. Makes sense. That's the only thing we can minus 2 to.
Yeah. And use it while we can, maybe threaten it as a card. Do you all wear masks when taking... Clever. Can't say that I do, but maybe if I got a real stinker, it might be worth the investment. All right. Ivankov going to come in here. I imagine it's going to attack into Luffy. What do you think?
Yeah, and I believe it does something on... Oh, yeah, if you have 5 or less cards in hand, you get to draw a card on attack with the Ivankov.
Oh, nice. Getting some extra utility out of Ivankov. I didn't get to see too much of this.
Yeah, because it does that because it's supposed to synergize with the Zoro Sanji leader, which can restand cards, so you can occasionally untap it and get... Although that draws once per turn, I believe.
Do you want to check?
No, I can see it on there that it's once per turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I love the
pink
colors.
box.
Yeah, the colors in there. You can see it from distance.
It's nice when they... Again, coming from Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's nice that the cards in this are actually legible and they actually have, like, segments and keywords instead of a massive block of text.
So true.
And here we have the Otama to use with Masked Deuce to do that.
So swinging 5K into life here.
Yep.
I click an activate leader.
Yeah.
And then 6K coming through. Looks like Mark's going to have to take it 3-3. Going back to Mark here in his turn. It's going to be his 7 Dawn turn. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. So 7 Dawn turn. Could use a new gate and pop one of these out and maybe get rid of the Mass Deuce to stop that constant recursion of popping capability.
Yeah, it's like, if we have some removal, we can either prioritize the draw or the KO. Although we could get both if we ignore life and go for board.
Well, I think the Ivankov actually follows. So if he does have a new gate at this point, he could attack into the Mass Deuce.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Ask for 2 and then new gate pop the Ivankov. And just leave him back at his board with just one character.
Or we could go... I mean, yeah, probably that's the better way to sequence it, but we also are thinking, does he have it? Which it doesn't look like he does.
No. Not if he's tapping 3 here. 3 looks like a Hungo Bungo type play here. No. All right, here comes the attack. Going to Mass Deuce. Good call from Mark here. Asking for 2. Here comes 3. 4, 5. So maybe a Luffy. 6, 7.
6, 7.
Okay. Maybe it is the new gate play here. No, Ben. All right. Well,
same thing.
Yeah. This one really nice because it does send a trash, so those that are void KO effects can have dodged that, which is really good.
Yep.
This will be the 8 Dawn turn for Greg here. Good time to play maybe a dragon. Get some more board state presence here. I don't know if going wide right now is really where in his cards. Looks like he's tapping...
Sure. 8 or 7.
All right.
Okay, well, that makes our leader live. And with leader plus... Yeah, leader effect plus Newgate is able to remove the Ben Beckman.
Yeah. So able to respond even to an active character. Pretty strong here. I like this. Marco plays a lot better control than Shanks does in some ways.
Yeah, because having that ability to reduce on your turn, as well as the ability to fix your hand, it's them all.
Good to welcome the chat. Thank you.
Welcome.
Captain Little says, but at the same time, sometimes you stand to gain more than your opponent. I.e., when you send an important card to the bottom of life using Linlen, yes, they heal, but you heal too, and you get a 9K body on the field as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean that's why the life mechanic in One Piece is so good,
Right.
because it actually forces decision making instead of number go down.
Yeah, right.
Because
Hungo bungo.
in those scenarios, it's just okay. Well, the only life that actually matters is your last one.
All right, looks like Greg swung in with 6 and got a 2K Otama block from our
Okay,
counter.
leaving one up, so that maybe telegraphs that we have a
Radical Beam or
Radical
a
Beam,
Divine Departure?
Divine Departure.
Yeah. This is going to be the 9 Dawn turn for Mark here. This would be a great turn for him to play his dragon if he has it. Try to pressure this new
Why
game.
are you so fixated on them playing dragons?
That's the 8 drop I know that they can play. I want to
There's
play
also a
in
Rayleigh.
Rayleigh and Mark's side, not on Greg's side.
Yeah.
So
Playing one for a Uta
all right, gonna go search on. This one notably cannot find the dragon.
or the Rayleigh.
Yeah. Where can this? I can find the 10 drop shanks for the next turn.
Yeah, I can find find a Ben Beckman, which doesn't do anything on this board. Looks like we got a line juice there, so we're just grabbing a 2K.
All right. Good defensive search here for Mark. 8 Dawn left. We'll see what he has left to put on the board. Kind of lost his control state here. So if he does want to go the control route, he's going to have to establish some more bodies.
Tapping another one. Okay, do we have...
Building
yep,
Snake.
Building
Okay.
Snake. Now we minus 3 to the new gate.
Bless you. Yep. Good read.
And then we can, from here, if we have a Beckman, KO it. Or if we want to, we can also... Newgate now KOs it. Or we can just swing. Okay, ooh, SP Newgate. Very nice. Very, very nice.
Mm-hmm. Here comes 6.
Yep.
Potentially here. All right, Newgate. Pop a Newgate. And the SP won at that. Mark, beautiful card. All right, 6 coming into life here. And Greg's going to be on a take. Disrespect. I love our chat.
It is nice.
Yeah. 10 Dawn turn. Coming back from Marco here. Let's see if Greg can establish some kind of board state. I love that it feels like every single turn that's passed, board state cleared, board state cleared, board state
And
cleared.
this is what happens when you get 2 control decks against each other.
Yeah. Fair.
This is what happens when a stoppable force needs a movable object.
Good analogy. I like that. All right, stacking up 1 Dawn on the leader to make sure it's live. Can reduce Newgate into... It's a 7K body, right? It was an 8. 8.
So 6. We're not playing Beckman in this, I don't believe. So we're tapping 9 for
9.
Sanji to play
Ooh, Dragon. Told you. Here comes Dragon.
And now
Dragon.
we put 2 Dawn under something, maybe leader, maybe dragon.
I like leader here. Pressure
Yeah.
so we can get some attacks on Newgate. Let's see if this 8 goes towards the... Yes, it does. 8 to 6. We'll see if we're going to get 2 cards on a hand from...
Or a card and leader effect, but it looks like we're just taking it.
All right, and then here's another attack from
Dragon.
Dragon, which is likely going live here.
No, we're going at the active Otama. No, we're
Ooh,
yeah, no, we're swinging into our own Otama. I'm going to double down on that. The strategic swing into our own character play. You may not know how to do this, but this is a play you can make, and I'm not lying to you. I promise.
Dude, I told you I got allergies. You're going to be coughing this whole stream. Okay. 10 Dawn turn going for Mark. Let's see if we can see one of those shanks. Be a really good play to get the 10 drop pop shanks. If you can.
Or the rush sinks also contests the dragon and makes it so that everything else is a little harder to get at.
Fair enough, absolutely. Which one do you think you fear more? The 9K or the 9K?
I don't know.
I see bringing Golgari tactics into OPTCG. Absolutely, right? It is very, very similar. And when it's like Golgari control for Magic players that don't understand what's happening here. It's like the after effect.
Look, you guys can talk about the Fortnite card game all you want, but we're watching actually good card games being played.
Can't disagree.
Okay, looks like we're tapping 10 or 7.
7. Okay, another new gate.
Another new gate, although that doesn't do a whole lot here. Putting a Dawn under. Do we have like a building snake or a Hongo? Hongo's not going to be enough. Okay, we're just swinging 6 at life. I guess we're just playing that to establish the body.
Okay, Mass Deuce can counter out of that attack.
Yep. Honga wouldn't be enough either. They're... Yeah, leaving 3 active.
It's either a extremely defensive hand here. Radical Beam, Divine Departure, Radical Beam. Set up for a
Divine
later game.
Departure, Radical Beam, or Red Hawks.
I like that. Captain Literal says, I'm working on Golgari Descend deck. Oh, that's going to be fun. I have a bunch of Caverns of Ixalan, so I'm challenging myself to make a commander deck only with Ixalan set cards. Good luck. I mean, there is enough Ixalan out there. You could definitely make a dinosaur-themed deck pretty easily. But I don't know if Descend, because it's a brand new mechanic only really in one set, if it's enough you can build around, but good luck. I wish the best of luck. That's a problem with some of these decks. When they come out with these new mechanics, there's just not enough to support it. Energy was the same way when we had that in Magic the Gathering.
Getting hungry in the hospital, are we, little pancake?
Ooh, Bulgogi? Bulgogi, I haven't had that in a hot minute. And that's so funny. Evening, Richie, good to see you. Because we have that, like, really close by. There's a Bulgogi restaurant. It looks run down. It's still a restaurant, and it serves the best bulgogi.
A lot of restaurants that look run down are actually where you're going to get some of the best food in my experience.
Right? So, I mean, I can't... What, Bamboo House, I think is what it's called. It's close around here. But it's surprisingly closer than what should be necessary for me to go out there. Yeah, the Bamboo House. Yeah, thank you. That place is fantastic. I highly recommend it. If you guys are in town, check it out.
I'll have to keep that in mind.
You really should. It's not too expensive. The old lady that serves the food is amazing. And it is a really nice hidden gem. Most people think it's just like an empty parking lot or a rundown restaurant. Nope, it's still open and still serving some amazing food. And last I checked, I think they removed all the taxidermy, so you can't say it's all just deer meat. Which, deer meat's pretty good. Oh, here we go.
Never had venison before, so...
All right, Divine Departure, going to use the secondary effect where you have to rest 5 Dawn in order to KO an 8,000 or less. Kind of curious why the reduction before the Divine Departure?
I don't know.
Just because it is?
Because we wanted... Maybe we drew into the Divine Departure. That could be the case also. Playing Monet...
Holes in the walls are the best places? I agree with you, Richie. Absolutely.
That is very true.
Uma Energy? I'm not familiar with that.
Maybe
one.
like Umami? I don't know.
Umami? Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, I am but a plebeian, a pleasant peasant.
Uma for Korean for grandma. Okay. Thank you. All right, yeah. We just learned something today. Thank you, little pound cake. All right, 8K coming into lead. We'll see if Mark's going to defend out of this one. He's got, all right, finally seen,
Tap 2, okay. Goodbye
Tap 2.
Ivankov or Monet, whichever one we want to get rid of here. Monet, yeah,
Monet.
that's going to be the more active threat here, I think.
Smart move. Like that. So, getting the dual use out of here. 9K coming into life. We'll see if we get potentially...
It would have to be a Rad Beam, which
with leader
he's not
ability?
playing.
Yeah, Rad Beam with leader ability.
But he's not playing Rad
it.
Beam, so...
Wait, isn't he? I thought he had like 2.
No,
Greg
had
does. Yeah.
Rad Beams.
Divine Departure for +3.
+3. Now we still would need to...
A 2K at least.
Yeah.
Use leader ability. I don't even need to use leader ability for here. 9K coming in doesn't... he used all his resources on that, so that's not going to be defended out here.
Yep.
But it's a pass back to Mark here. Greg showing a dominant board. Uda and Shanks for Mark. I think at this point in the game, going board state's just a concession.
I mean, we literally cannot win here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the only potential line to lethal would be if we had a 5-drop Luffy.
Okay.
And we could swing with that leader and then load up the Uda for a swing.
Okay.
That is the only possible line that actually wins us the game here. And even if a single one of those gets countered out, we do lose. Okay, looks like we're just setting up blockers, trying to live.
And Captain Literal talking about a new card coming out here. I'm just imagining all these Control Shanks players getting hands on Honesty Impact coming out in OP11.
I don't think any of them play Honesty Impact.
I haven't looked jumped into a lot of the Shanks build from Japan lately. Most of the time I just skip through them because I feel like I've seen so many different Shanks builds, but it is a good card. I mean, like you said.
Yeah, and little Pancake going right there, imagining that spending 6 Dawn to only get rid of like half of the Sanji combo that Blue Purple gets to put up.
I think that's probably going to be the bigger menace here. That is what he's saying here, and I agree with him.
Yeah,
that deck has been dominant.
The fact that deck can easily put out like 2 9K bodies, like 2 9-cost bodies a turn, and do that consistently for every turn after their 10 Dawn turn. Ridiculous thing, and is definitely going to be the dominant threat in 11.
I have seen some decks be able to get underneath it, so if you are interested, maybe switch over to the Shanks Rush build. That might be able to get underneath it. It is extremely terrifying, though. If they get to that point and they can stabilize and you just can't get underneath it, I feel like the late game, hands down, goes to Blurple.
Yeah, I think that deck probably has the best late game as of now. I mean, with such a busted leader ability, I think that's just so obvious.
Right. Itsamol says, one of the reasons I also wanted to play Marco because it kind of does the same thing, but not as good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in terms of also being able to just play out a bunch of bodies, like big bodies with the Sanji. And Marco was the premier Sanji deck before we got Blurple.
Yeah.
Because other than that, Sanji's kind of a bad card.
So, Marco...
Minusing
2, okay. Basically, Mark walled up here for the turn.
And we're Sequaking, and the Ivankov's going to go.
Yeah. Something he knew was going to happen, but now one of the blockers down. Still 3 solid attacks left here from Greg, and 9 active Dawn, so... Or 8. 8 active Dawn. So, tapping 7 of it. Alright, for Newgate, I guess he could potentially pop the other blocker, which he's... Yep, he will.
Yep, and the Otama goes.
Yeah.
And we have...
799, which I think is going to be enough to take out the 2 life. We'll see. Mark does have 1 leader activation ability. I don't know how many cards in hand.
Well, if we're taking the 7, that's not looking real good.
Yeah. Leader ability making it 8.
Gotta give 2 Ks, which we don't
Oh,
have.
no, don't have. Yeah. All right. Greg taking down game 1. Congratulations. All right.
And it's misaligned. I think you dropped your pie slice, man.
Yeah. Well, I actually had to rechange the board. There was a system update on the computer that it was required on the laptop, and every time I do a system update, it tries to take the settings from here and send them over this. So the the boxes and everything got completely screwed up with the update. So it's going to happen every once in a while. Every time I have to do a system update, and especially when Streamlabs has like every 3 weeks it needs an update, and yet it still fails me in multi-streaming. Come on, Streamlabs. Come on. Captain Little says, I'm not looking forward to the Blurple Luffy meta making it nearly impossible to play Robin. He counters most of what Robin does. On the other hand, I've had some decent success with Kobe versus him on the Eastern Sim. All right. That's good.
If you want to play worse Usopp, go ahead.
Do you think Usopp has a good matchup on the Blurple?
No.
So, I mean, if you got to... I think what's going to happen is...
I haven't tested a lot, though, but like I feel like if Blurple gets to late game, I mean, maybe you could go over top of it. Again, I haven't tested much against Usopp with Blurple because I'm not going to be playing Usopp in 11.
Oh, I'm sorry, Missy is from Little Pound Cake. Started 21 Luffy for the win. I think anything that has an easy time getting to 6. Yeah. And starter deck 01 Colin would be the secret weapon. That'd be really interesting to see.
Captain Literal, I mean, you can be wrong, and that's okay. It's okay to be wrong.
Porter for the last time, Kobe isn't the worst.
Like I said, it's okay to be wrong.
Anyone want to take bets on the next game?
Yeah. Not against you.
Yeah. Usopp greater than Kobe. Oh.
Someone gets it.
Nope. Kobe better. The glow up was better for him. All around.
But in terms of decks, Usopp is better, and also in terms of characters.
No. Kobe. Kobe. What's going on here? That's right. We were doing some card trading and everything. Kobe doesn't have AK men yet. He's surrounded by awesome support, though. He's got a Clayman.
But that's only 1 compared to 8,000. And that person... And Groose is actually technically his superior.
He is the world's hero, so maybe think about the world.
You mean the corrupt world?
Fair enough. Kobe hasn't built his status yet, but he'll get there. Usopp's got AK plus the Straw Hats. Yeah, that's kind of an unfair matchup here. This is a one-side butt kicking, if you ask me.
Right, and Kobe wouldn't have Garp to bail him out this time.
Hey, girl.
And last time Kobe did anything on its own, it was what led to Blackbeard being able to have Hachinosu in the first place with the Rocky Port incident, which his best feats aren't even on screen.
Have we actually found out everything that happened in the Rocky Port incident? Or is it just like...
What we know about it is...
Like, don't get specific, but have they told us?
This is something that happened over the course of the time skip.
Okay. Yeah. Plus, Usopp's got a dope slingshot.
Yeah.
I mean, sure.
So...
Yes.
In the Rocky Port incident, Kobe's contribution was saving 100 people, but the actual thing was... Oh, yeah, he is friends with Soka King.
Yeah. King Kong gun on the Luffy is Usopp deck. Which is nasty. Oh, yeah, I agree with you, Kinetic. Captain Little says, Kobe prevents removal. Usopp gets one card draw if he's low on cards. Kobe has better blockers and removal. With attack active, Usopp has to rely on traditional removal.
You can attack active with Usopp. I mean, you have Balance Man, you have Gyatz, you have Cavendish if you want to play it. Also, Kobe has better blockers. Do your blockers get to draw a card every time they're KO'd? Do they get to play a card on KO? No, they don't. So you're not correct in that aspect.
We're going to have to find out when Kobe gets printed, because you know your boy's going to be running them. And we got to have that fun matchup between me and Garp, man.
Yeah. Also, Kobe has to have cards in trash to actually be able to prevent the removal, and it only prevents removal of Navy types. Also,
hey, Midnight, good to see you.
Also, Kobe just has the infinitely worse color combo.
All right, Greg, thinking about his turn here. 4-Dawn open, one attach the lead. Already activated the ability here. No, he hasn't. No, remember, he wanted to activate the leader's ability here. So, gonna filter. Keeps it on top. Reduces Lucky Roo. Smart. Even if you're not going to remove it, make sure the block is a lot harder to block out of. If you decide to block and keep it up the counter. Little Pound Cake says, yeah, it's tough to beat the red-black allegations. I know that those color combinations are kind of bad, but I think that they're waiting for their moment.
What, you mean the color that cares about power versus the color that cares about cost?
Yeah.
Meaning that everything has anti-synergy. Like, the most anti-synergy color combo possible.
I feel like if you really want to play it right, you should use black for the removal and red for the rush.
But red has just as much removal.
Sure. But I think if you're trying to do the combo, I think black is more efficient with its removal than red. In some cases. I mean, we just lost Ice Age, so it's lost a huge, like, its most efficient card. But I think still, to this date, black has a more reasonable way in which to deal with the board state versus the way that red
Yes,
plays.
I have tested Kobe a bit, and everything you're saying is basically things that I already knew. The only thing that Kobe benefits from being black is having generic Navy support. The actual things that Kobe can do are almost entirely red. Like I said, red and black have no synergy, so you basically are losing a life for almost nothing.
Have you played on the Eastern Sim yet?
I haven't played against other people on the Eastern Sim yet, but I do test versus myself on Sim.
Okay.
I haven't really been... I've been practicing so much with
OP10.
OP10 for the regionals.
Makes sense. All right, the only way that we can see it is when we can finally get the cards in hand, Captain. I think I'm a Kobe believer. You know that. I can't wait for the thing to get set out there, and I'm going to be trying some different stuff with Kobe. So, hey, I'm with you. Not necessarily.
Whenever he says he's trying different things, he means he's trying bad things.
Sometimes it works out, baby. Sometimes it works out. Tony Chopper was the deck that spawned Zero, which was arguably the better deck. But it took took Tony Chopper to showcase.
No, people pretty much realized instantly that, oh wait, these cards are crazy in Zoro and Chopper is bad. It just took you longer to realize that than most people.
I mean, sure. I as I recall, I think Tony Chopper came out and I was testing just the Tony Chopper deck, and it felt like it was like 3 or 4 weeks afterwards that the Zero got super popular. So I don't know the sequence of events that might have led to it.
I don't know. I guess it was just more, or it was less people playing Lucci, I guess, because like Zero was a thing.
Captain says, I have played against other people, including Blurple Luffy, and Usopp and Eastern Sim have been having success. Porter is just wrong to dismiss him as the worst Usopp here. Okay. I think we have a he said situation.
I personally think that if you look at the numbers, though, I'm right. I believe Kobe has more tops than, or Usopp has more tops than Kobe.
We actually have a tool for that, don't we?
Yeah, I'll look right now.
I also want to see some more Kobe representation over there. I think the biggest downside is that
the deck's bad.
No, is that the Blurple took over the meta so badly that it felt like right now if you remember what it was like when that thing just released, Blurple was everywhere, and it almost felt like you had to play it just to win. So, and that's why we're seeing some of the other decks right here that we're going to showcase later today. They're trying to find answers for both the Blurple and the green purple Luffy. Looking for the tops.
Yeah, they're both like super small slivers, so
They might be tied. All right, going back to Mark here. Looks like his 8 Dawn turn. Still has a blocker up here. Less threatening board here from Greg. Both players tied at 3 life. See, is this going to be the turn that we see the dragon? Dragon. Just a dragon.
Okay, I was wrong. There are actually no Usopp tops, but in flagship plus events, but there are 2 Kobe tops.
All right.
The deck, that is 1% of the total tops.
So I guess Captain Literal, you can pat yourself in the back. 2-0, and the current meta.
Okay, but like that's also because Usopp has a terrible matchup.
And and the Blurple type meta that they're living in right now. I honestly don't think we're going to see it. Do you think we're going to see it?
The what, Blurple?
No, the meta with the Blurple or the green purple. I think that by the time we see them, we're not going to see it.
I mean, we do have the starter decks coming out, and that those could change the meta significantly.
That's true. Do you think they might have some answers to help handle the outrageous power that is?
Hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah, Usopp does get shoved in the dirt by Blurple. And they being the most powerful deck within the meta, I can definitely see.
Yeah.
All right, Ben Beckman going to trash
Kobe
this.
has one more favorable matchup. I still don't know if that means it's the better deck. I still wouldn't say that. I would still say that means that it is more favorable in this current meta, but decks are more than just an individual meta in isolation.
All right, 5K coming in. Get a 2K counter from Tony Chopper. Keeping that Ivankov around. Greg trying to keep some kind of board state around because it looks like Mark actually in control this time.
Yeah.
Not able to keep the bodies, go wide, and wider than Greg, which is, I think, the key to winning this matchup here. Captain Mel says, yeah, took...
Look, all I'll say is you will be right eventually, because once April comes, Usopp's going to have a bunch of its cards rotated out, and by the fact that Usopp will be unplayable, Kobe will be better, but until then, keep coping.
Well, and see, we had a conversation last Monday with Marcus here, and it looks like the Legacy format might be the format going forward. So the rotation really might just be a separate format that we're going to get separate support for. According to what I heard from Little Pound Cake.
Okay.
That the legacy format will be the Paramount format.
Okay.
So we don't have to worry about rotation much anymore. There's a lot of hoopla for nothing.
Yeah, I was about to say, then what was the point of all that? Like, if we're going to just announce a side format, then say it's going to be a side format.
It's either a correction from their point or a miscommunication from the translation. One of the two. 6K coming into life here. We'll see if we get a Shanks reduction and a 1K counter. Yep. Or just a... There you go. Shanks reduction and a Tony Chopper free block. Feels like miscommunication. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where the change came from, but I'm super happy that all that hoopla has just gone away. Because it didn't matter. Everyone was so nervous about the rotation. It's going to ruin everything. It's not going to touch anything. It's just we're introducing a new format that won't have the dominating support as regionals is. So regionals will still be legacy. Yeah. Or they did that due to the community reaction. Yeah, I mean, see, now you got me stuck in the same thing. I don't know which one it was. Miscommunication, which I want to lean on, but very well could have just been a smart pivot from OPTCG to be like, man, their backlash for this is not what we want.
I mean, yeah. I mean, in my opinion, it just feels way too soon for rotation, so...
Yeah, because it's, 4-year-old game now?
By the time rotations,
that
we'll
would have
be
been
on
5?
our third anniversary.
Our third anniversary, so just shoot, yeah.
Because, yeah, we just had the second anniversary with OP9. 13's going to be the third anniversary set, so we'll be going into the third year.
I think that
or
is.
Fourth year.
3 years, especially with the elongated distribution of these cards. Does seem to be on that too soon case, yeah.
Yeah, like, I feel like it's going to be inevitable because there's only so much One Piece so we can adapt.
Mm-hmm.
And once we run out of One Piece, we don't have the luxury of other cards where we can just make things up
Mm-hmm.
and put them on cards. We actually have to, like, follow a story and an IP.
So you don't think One Piece is going to introduce, like, One Punch Man at one point?
No.
You sure? I'm just playing.
Look, if Union Arena gets absorbed into the better game, then... I mean, that wouldn't be terrible.
I think Union Arena is just waiting for that IP. Just waiting for it.
Any game that can get you mana screwed, I'm not a fan of.
There are maths that you can do to make sure that you don't.
What, run 50 zero cost?
50? No. Honestly, the math that they worked out, I think it was 13.
To guarantee that you don't have that you open playable, you would have to run 45. Or, no, 43. Because otherwise, there is always a possibility...
Of clumpage, or...
Yeah.
I mean, you use that math, but it's the same way of saying, like, maybe you had, like, the wrong side of the Shank's hand, or a bad mulligan.
Yeah, but there's a difference between, like, having a bad hand and literally not being able to play the game with your hand.
I've seen a lot of these decks actually be able to recover from these things, too. I mean, the newer sets that they've been coming out with, there are ways for a non-bow starter for a little bit to actually recover and get back in the game. Especially the One Punch Man series. And we've seen a couple of games where like it looked like it was going to be a non-bow game and then suddenly turned into an actual challenge and the person won.
Well, good for them, I guess.
Yeah. All right, Building Snake going to be the play here from Mark. Looks like he's going to immediately use it to reduce the Ivankov, but he wants to get the only presence Greg has on the board off.
Okay,
it's like the third
it's
attempt.
1K, so we're just going to load up the Uta.
And Uda coming in for a smack against Ivankov. Ivankov not having it. Goes away. 1 Dawn open. What do you think he has? Or 2. I think it's 2. He stacks his... It looks like 2 now. Mark likes to stack his Dawn.
I mean, what, we played the... So, this was a 10 Dawn turn. We played the Newgate.
Yeah, then it had to be 1.
Yeah.
It had to be 1. No, Newgate puts Arrested Dawn in there.
Oh, yeah, it does.
So it's 2.
Is it?
I think it's 2. I can kind of see the shadow of the second one on there.
Or is the card just bent?
Why? Alright. Loading up a Dawn, going to go filter for Greg here. He needs to get some kind of board state because at this moment this is a very losing situation for Greg. really needs to go wide and have some kind of presence, and unfortunately lost his last bit of presence with that Ivankov. Decides to keep it on top. Alright. Going to use leader ability to reduce negate.
Playing a Sanji.
And, into a Tony Chopper. Okay. So, hand not that great, but at least able to put up some kind of wall in defense.
Now we go 6 probably into the negate if we're going to spend all that to reduce it.
Yep, he's just going to lead her into Tony Chopper free.
Yep. And that's the turn.
Yeah.
I think Mark has this one pretty locked up.
Another one of those really surprising things about Tony Chopper being this powerful. Even in Shanks, the fact that it's 6k in your turn, just automatically nullifying an attack almost every turn. It's just insane.
Yeah, it's a 2k counter and a large blocker. It's really good.
It's honestly one of my favorite cards in the Smoker builds.
Are you saying that because it's Chopper, or are you saying that because it's good?
I would go with the latter on this one. I mean, obviously the bias is there, right? But I would say the latter, because in Smoker it's a 7k body. Because Smoker gives a plus 1,000 on my opponent's turn. And it gets plus 2,000. So it's a 7k blocker.
All I care about is that it's 4 cost, meaning it's ample Zoro fodder.
Right? That Chopper is amazing. Fits into so many roles.
It's such a versatile card. I think that's one thing that 10 really had, was so many of the cards they put in there are just like the most versatile cards ever, especially for red, because we got this Chopper, we got Divine Departure, which is another great versatile card. Other cards I would say would be the Tashigi, in green, the 7-drop Smoker.
The Sanji is really good. Oh, I know. The ability to grow by 3 and then get a draw on the attack back is pretty incredible here. What is your favorite matchup from these colors?
Oh, British person detected, opinion invalidated.
Why? Because of the way you spelled favored?
Colored.
Oh, because of the way you spelled colored.
Both.
Oh.
But yeah.
Jesse, thank you so much for the comment. I appreciate that. Favorite matchup from... So, I think favored...
Whoever sees different cards first. Whoever sees the good cards first.
Yeah. Red OP10 Sanji. Oh, from Australian. Hey! From Land Down Under. Good to see you. Thank you.
At least you're not British. You're just from the people who lost a war to birds.
Land Down Under. That's awesome. By the way, we are giving away packs, and just FYI, we're one of the few channels out there that do ship overseas, but you have to earn $20 out of the packs. So if I get these community boxes, if you want to hit ! Join, you're in the running for one of these 2 packs. If I hit a manga or anything, it's all yours. And as long as the value of the pack is worth $20 or more,
just hit ! Join.
Yeah, you get yourself a free pack in the contents. If it doesn't add up to it, I just put your name and I keep building it up here. So if you come back and you want to win another pack to see if you total up to $20, I'll send it out free to you. It'd be good to get some friends down there. Thanks. Thank you so much, Jesse. But to answer the question, what's your favorite? And a follow. Thank you so much.
Favored. I don't know. I've never seen this matchup before. I legitimately do not know. Although, from the looks of things, Greg took the first one, but it looks like Mark might be taking this one, although Greg's made quite a bit of comeback with this board state here.
Yeah. For us, I think it's more of a complicated situation. Mark is playing, in my opinion, too much of 2 halves of a deck. If this was a Rush or even Control Shanks, I would give it leverage over Marco, personally. Because the 9-cost Sanji is a cute combo. Don't get me wrong, it's great. But it doesn't beat 10-cost Shanks. It doesn't beat the Goldie Roger abilities. Like, it just... The top end for Mark's
just wait
side.
till 11 and you'll be see how you'll be talking about that 9-cost Sanji versus those cards.
Sure. I mean, when the extra support comes out there. But we're talking about this right now, right?
Right.
So the format that we're referencing here, which one would be preferred, I would say Shanks is probably the favored if this deck that Mark was playing was more synergized to one type of strategy. But Mark's playing Control and Rush in the same build, and almost like split 50-50. So if Mark sees the right half of his deck and it synergizes, he can win it. But if he sees both pieces at different ends, it's going to make his turns a lot more awkward, and I think Greg's is more refined to 2 different strategies, line of strategies. It has a rush strategy, kind of, but it really likes to just get to the late game and start dropping some big bodies and take it away. Control the early game, get some early blocks, and then just take over once you get to 9 Dawn with some amazing Marco Sanji plays.
You need to be at 10 Dawn for the Sanji plays.
Yeah.
Because you didn't don into the Marco.
Sure. Thank you. Absolutely. Yep. And here's one of those Shanks I was talking about here. Already going to be putting a hurt on Greg's board. A constant
like
1,000.
The fact that it's been this long, like this is the first Shanks we've seen, and after all this.
Yeah. But this is actually the second Shanks, because the other one's Altar. So now we have a
well, that one's the KO one.
Is it? Oh, okay. That's right. All right, 12K coming into... It looked like he pointed to Dragon, so that would be an 8K Dragon, meaning that he's got to counter 5K just to...
Or block.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's got Tony Chopper that's going for 5K on the defense here. Yep, there's the block. We're going to see... An Uda? What? Okay, no, okay. I was going to say... No Dawn for that one. All right. So Shane's going to take care of the Dragon, leaving him with nothing but a Sanji.
Sanji and a Dream.
Yeah. We'll see if he can...
Another Dragon. If Mark is bricked up, we could actually still win this if we see a Dragon here.
Yeah. A Sanji Dragon or just Dragon?
Just Dragon. Sanji Dragon would also do it, but the Sanji wouldn't do anything because we would need to win this turn.
That's true. Oh, absolutely. With the current board state. I think Mark can lock this up if he sees it.
It just depends on what Mark has in hand. And
yeah.
Okay, Luffy also potentially does it.
Okay.
If we have a second Luffy, that definitely does it. Oh wait, we know Greg is only playing one. No, that was Mark that's only on the one dragon.
Mm-hmm. There's two in Greg's belt here. So, I'm going to take the... Luffy ability is going to attach one to Marco, and it looks like he's going to take an active on his own for 7K swing. Asking for 2 for Mark.
Yep, or...
Reduction for a 2K counter.
So, if this...
Yeah,
okay.
It looks like leader and a 2K reduction was the case here.
So now it's going to be harder. I guess here I would pivot to board. Reduce the...
I mean...
Oh wait, no, it would just have to be the 2K counter because of the...
Like, if he loads up Sanji right now...
Well, with what is remaining? -2 to the Shanks from Marco.
Okay. So now he can go 2 over.
Yeah.
So he can load up the Sanji, attack the Shanks, and hope that he doesn't have 3K encounter in hand.
Yeah. And we didn't use leader effect on that Luffy because of the Shanks.
Yeah, and the leader Leader was used for the...
No, the leader wasn't used because we gave a 2K for the Luffy and the Shanks was reducing everything by 1.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So we haven't even used leader
Okay, we're going
there.
face though.
Interesting. And countering out of it. From the leader attack anyways. Took the 1 from the Sanji, leaves 1 open, taps on it to remind Marth that he has that. It's like, do the math. I have Radical Beam. Or Divine Departure. Interesting. Yeah, great correction, Kinetic. Appreciate that. It's always hard because the dice isn't representing that -1000, but so many people forget about that power reduction on the board here. All right, 5 into life. Looks like it's a simple 2K counter. Not good for Greg.
Well, we live.
That's true.
Unless we go 12 with the Uda.
Technically, we could go another Shanks. We could go Shanks.
Either way, it's 12, 12, 12, so...
Yeah. All right, first Shanks hits.
And the disrespect of swinging with Uda would be something.
Oh my god. All right, takes a hit, so he's got what looks like 4 cards in hand, still has Radical Beam. Here comes the... Shanks.
Not going...
Oh, Goldie Roger. Okay, 13K. Not just 12, 13K. So here's a Radical Beam and a 2K. That's not going to be enough. That is 6K, 11 to 13. And Mark ties it up. Congratulations, Mark. Now, we are going to see a game 3.
Oh, so this game, Greg, you only see the 1 Radical Beam, but back a while ago, I think it was back in 8.5 format, I played against Greg, and he saw 3 Radical Beams at the end of the game, and it's like...
Well, I'm not beating that.
Yeah. I mean, I could have. I missequenced my Dawn.
Call this out. I got one.
But I still remember that. I still have not forgotten.
These allergies are killing me.
Welcome to the worst time of the year, my friend.
Yeah, right? Gotta take that decongestion before I go live now. All right.
Okay.
7K.
7, leaving 1 open.
Gonna take the hit. All right, Greg back to his turn. Ford on turn. This will be a great 2020 chopper play. Radical Beam, do that to people, much like Gum Gum Giant.
Yep.
The funny thing is, like, Gum Gum Giant actually has like some hate posts recently, where a guy has 2 cards in hand and he Gum Gum Giant counters for 13, and you're just like, how?
I mean, it just built different, I guess.
Yeah, right.
I mean, Gum Gum Giant is one incredibly busted card.
Right. You have 2 of them. Oh my gosh.
I mean, if they have 2 of them, that's gonna be 8 Dawn on their next turn, so you don't have to worry about 10 drops.
Oh, yay. But it's usually like your last ditch effort to, in a lot of these games, especially in One Piece, like that's that one turn, right? And you go for broke, and you think, well, if I get him this turn, I win, but if I don't, I lose, right? So, what's going on with this? There we go.
Ooh, the flying pie.
All right, back to Mark, who's gonna be on his 5 Dawn turn. What do you think? Good Luffy play?
It could be a Luffy, it could be a Yasop,
I haven't seen a Yasop yet.
could be a Lucky Roo.
Okay, and Lucky Roo would be a good. Ooh, tapping 4, be a good spot here. So either
Could be
2020
a
chopper.
Chopper.
Ooh, Lucky Roo. All right, arguably one of the best blockers. Lita locked, unfortunately, but
Yeah, you learned that because I had told you.
yeah. See?
I saved you.
See,
from,
I learned.
I saved you from
The
embarrassment in the Luffy Cup. Although I still couldn't convince you to play more than 5 2Ks. It's a 6K leader. You don't need more than 5 2Ks.
I like to spam face. I want to defend. I want my opponent defending.
You can.
Math
you
is for
could have done
blockers.
Both, though.
That's true.
You're-
And most people do when they're trying to make good decks here.
Yeah, and
Captain Little says, I pulled 8K counter from one giant one time. Wow. Pulled 2 2Ks off for the giant? Jeebus.
that's the card for you.
Right?
Giant is a crazy card. Probably one of the best cards in the game now that Gecko's
Mori's
banned.
been banned. Yeah.
4K counter plus
Plus a
being able to cycle,
refilter cycle. Yeah.
and for 1 Dawn,
Right?
really strong.
And especially in purple work, and just use that extra Dawn constantly. There's so many abilities that just get that rested Dawn back. And
I mean, if you're at a
Look at
10
it.
Dawn turn, it doesn't matter because you
Yeah.
just ramp it back
Right
off of
back.
game mechanics.
Exactly. And there's so many different effects within purple that just like kind of work like green, where you're kind of restanding, but it's like return, then restand, and
Yeah,
yeah. You -2 Dawn for the Giants, yeah.
it doesn't matter. Like late
and-
game, that cost does not matter.
And oftentimes when you see Gum Gum Giant C play, it is usually in the end of the game, near the end game. You don't really want to do it early. I learned the hard way the first time trying to play out with purple. They used it in the early game.
At first you didn't even realize that card needed a discard.
Yeah, that's true.
I had to catch you on cheating with that.
Cheating. Misreading is not cheating. Misreading the card and doing what every single Magic the Gathering player or any TCG player does. You play Yu-Gi-Oh! You know what I'm talking about. Misreading the card is not cheating. I did not go through and deliberately know what the card did and make the mistake to benefit me. That's cheating.
I can embellish things for the sake of comedy. You know?
Fair.
You don't have to take it so personally. It was just a joke, man.
No, man. Got me.
And I believe that misreading did cost Lil Pound Cake a game.
It's possible. I think the one. No,
I caught it on
no.
game 2.
Yeah, the one that it did didn't matter. We re-rolled that back there to do the math there. It didn't matter. I also found out in game 2 that was the one I think I auto folded because I activated it too early and realized that losing Dawn in the early game was just very detrimental.
This is what happens when this man has to play
Purple, right, and not red.
No, there was red. You were playing RP.
Well, I had to play the purple part. I don't like playing the purple part. I want to play the red part. I play red purple Luffy just for the 6K body and a bunch of red cards.
Just play Whitebeard then.
But then I had to take a life.
You have 6.
Captain Will says, I've had that happen. I had an opening hand of 3 giants post mulligan. Yeah. That is...
Draw better.
I love that people think that you can control that.
You can. You just have to cheat. just count your cards. Just stack your deck.
We are setting up for the worst kind of morals you could possibly ask for gamers nowadays. It's like, if you were to go back to this VOD and rewatch it, the worst morals you could possibly be published is playing it. Play Blackbeard. Oh, all right.
He won't. It's not red.
It's not red, and I won't be playing Blackbeard anytime soon.
Get your bad beard out of here.
If they make a Blackbeard that's red, I might play it. Might. That's not a promise, because Caesar's out there, and I still haven't played that yet.
Well, that is blue, and you know your feelings towards blue.
Fair.
Has Marco changed that at all?
I haven't played the Marco yet, but I legitimately...
I'm saying watching it.
I like
Marco
this deck.
is such a cool deck.
I do.
If I had the Sanjis, if I had the Sanjis, I would have been playing this for the championship.
Jimmy, come on down the horse. You go to the shopkeep mid-game to get cards to put directly on the field. He's calling back for the time I tried
Okay, yeah, but that was to help his opponent win.
I legitimately did that to help my opponent
He
beat me.
cheats to throw to his opponent most of the time. In fact, I recently, because I was supposed to do the judge thing, although some complications meant I couldn't.
Sorry.
But reading through the thing, he's saying he's gonna throw his games to me in the regionals. I actually learned that you can't do that. That is against tournament policy.
Really?
Yeah, but the deck you're going to be playing is basically playing against me anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yes, it was a deal that I made with him that, like I said, I'm trying to support him and support the team here. So if we did have a matchup in the early rounds, I was going to be absolutely
In
concerned.
the early rounds?
Well, I say that because in the final rounds, then I mean, we're both qualified, so what's the matter?
Oh, so you mean everything but round...
The round 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we both are on the opposite side, we go to the round 5, we're going to play it out. Like you said, it might be a bye for you because of the weird matchup. Which, the version I'm playing might not be the version I play. I just wanted to see what was it all about, and honestly, I think it's too early for me to play this version, personally. But we'll talk about that when we get there.
I mean, you also weren't the one playing it Tuesday.
Yeah.
You forced someone who didn't know how to play the deck to play the deck.
Yeah, so I could watch it.
Although I'm not sure you know how to play the deck either.
It's a smoker deck. I'm pretty sure I can figure this out. Oh, big swing here. Loading up the Shanks on to attacking the Newgate here. Yep, gonna get the counter right out to keep that alive. Kind of telecasting doesn't have much else for the offense, though, with a swing like that. Capitalist says, Jimmy, when he is losing to Porter, no, I was throwing it. I gave him the game win on purpose.
He has actually done that before. In the Luffy Cup, his last round versus Spencer, he was supposed to win that one, but he even showed him he had lethal, then he scooped just so he could get another game on camera.
Yep. As these is all true
Almost
stories.
cost me the gold, Don.
Almost. It didn't, though. Almost.
Yeah, because I'm just built different.
That's the attitude I want to see. Excellent. But yes, he's right. I had the lethal. I showed him I had lethal, and I conceded the match. Which is a legal move. I can concede. I have
It wasn't
the right
under
to...
Bandai's jurisdiction, so you could do whatever.
Yeah.
You could not discard off of Gum Gum Giant and still be fine.
Captain Literal gets it. Do it for the content, baby. That's what it's about.
Is that all it is with you so-called content creators? It's just the content. It's not about the morality. It's not about the actual themes or actually putting effort in. It's not about the art. It's just about the content. Just making things.
Right. Jimmy concedes so he can beat him again. Do it again. I'll do it again. Hands down. You know what gets me with this Newgate? That little like orb right here. I always think someone has a marble on the card for some reason because it sticks out so high. Have you been like blinded by that?
No.
No. Okay.
No, you're just being weird. This is a you problem.
Fair. Right now, Greg is in the control seat for this matchup. This is going very much in Greg's favor.
Yeah. Based on that last turn where we just loaded up the Shanks, I definitely think that. Yeah, Mark is not looking favored here because it looks like he had nothing to play that turn.
No, I think he's seeing the wrong side of the deck. I don't think he either has a lot of 10 costs in hand right now, which is a detriment because it means he has no counter. And right now, if he does drop a 10, he's got to go up against this board state, which is just not going to be enough.
Which is lethal on board.
Yeah. even going board with this, I don't think he can fight this thing back. Mark is not looking too strong in this matchup, and I think this just comes to show that when you have the deck split between two different playstyles, the pieces don't align, and I think that's what's happening to Mark right now. Captain Little says, shuffle up. You lose the best of 3 when you decide when I've had my fun. Right? Yes, right? Yes, absolutely. I decide. Now, for me, there's more to it, and I don't need to get philosophical with you guys, but I like the game. I think it's a lot of fun, and if it means I can help people also enjoy the game, I'll concede every time. I would prefer people actually have fun playing the game, and me just to share the joy. And of course, yes, I will go for content. There's been many times where I've conceded in other games where I just wanted the content to be right. I had just recently in a Magic the Gathering Duel for Duel. The person got down paired to me. So if I won that match, then I was going to throw off all the tiebreakers and create confusion at the top table. So I immediately conceded so that the end table was 2 undefeated individuals, and there was going to be just one winner.
But think about how funny it would have been to drag everything into chaos.
No, when it gets down to that point, the amount of hurt feelings because of the way tiebreakers work, it's just not worth it. And it's too much of a risk to me of people getting upset because the tiebreakers just didn't go right. You've seen it sometimes when Union Arena we don't have enough players and we play 3 rounds and the tiebreakers don't make any sense. You're like, well, this guy should have won, but he doesn't because of the way tiebreakers work.
I mean, I've seen that in One Piece. I've gotten scammed out of things for tiebreakers before.
Yeah, and that in itself creates such a bad feeling that I don't want to let that happen. So I do my best to go against it. What do you think of Mark walling up over here? Put up 2 blockers and
do what you got to do, but maybe save Sim. I mean, we can easily get rid of the Lucky Roo without any cost to our board, but that does take a swing potentially.
And we're at 10 Dawn, so yeah.
If we have any sort of removal, though, I feel like we can still clean this up pretty nicely. Oh, or another Rusher.
This one's active, right? Because this is a
Whitebeard Pirates.
Yeah, Whitebeard Pirates. So we have a rush with this Portgas Diaz
and
the removal.
And now
there's nothing to hit.
Yeah, but the Seaquake, we can hit the Lucky Roo, and then we can Seaquake the other one because of how. And there's nothing the Lucky Roo can kill. The Ace is minus 3k to 2 things.
That is just a smack to the face, smack to the face. I don't think Mark has enough in the hand to counter out of this. This looks like it should be it.
This is 5 swings to 2 life.
Yeah. No blocker. Did he just reduce the Uda? The disrespect to Uda. I mean, remember to use your leader ability. All right, here comes 6. We'll see if we get a 2k out of this. Optimally, we'd want to see one. Use leader ability for a 1k? Okay. Yeah, I don't think he's coming back from this. 7k. Gonna take 2 9k swings. There's no way he gets out of this. Even, he'd have to have 2 rad beams, which he doesn't play.
He would have to have 2 rad beams and somehow not have to tap his Dawn.
Look at all that 9 counter. Look at all that 9 counter.
That's just Shanks.
Yes. Why is there 23 minutes left on this? Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah, they really. I must have taken a while to go in there and stop the camera.
I'm sure you did.
At least we had the content this time.
At least we had the content. It's all about the content. It's not about the humans actually having to make the content. It's not about the little slaves he has running his mill.
The slaves running my mill? What are you drafting up for my life?
I don't know. I'm just saying words. I'm just saying words at this point. I don't actually mean any of what I'm saying.
I don't even want to know what this fantasy land is.
I don't know. You don't want to know what's inside my head.
It's some old man. That was a punishing turn right there. Showcasing just how powerful.
I already know, Captain Literal. I'm already content. Why do you think I'm here? What do you think my purpose in all of this is? I am just content. I am just content this man can milk.
God, what was that meme back in the day about like, can I milk you? Or like, what was that?
Oh, the Markiplier thing?
Yeah. What was I can milk you? Is that what he said?
Yeah. Because he was playing Minecraft, I think.
The world is Jerry's content. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, I will turn the world into content if that's what I have to do to make some good stuff out here.
Well, you're going to have to talk to Dio about that.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, everyone. I need to take a break and just get my bearings back together. We're going to take a small break, get ready for round 2.
Oh, this is maybe why it took so long.
They were laying out for that.
Although for 23 minutes, that's maybe a bit much.
Right? We do have a really cool, fun match here. We're going to see Uda back in stage. A really nice, fun deck here. I am invincible. We'll see if that combo gets pulled off. Versus another player that just hadn't been playing a while, and we're going to see Gecko Moria. I'm looking forward to it. We got Gecko, which...
Honestly, that deck has seen more tops after the banning of 8-cost Gecko than it has before.
So, yeah, I can't wait to see what this matchup looks like. Stay tuned. If you haven't yet, hit that exclamation point join. We got 2 free packs to give away. Guys, we'll be right back. Welcome back to Home Reply. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me. With me, indeed, he is my man Porter in the house. We're going to be covering round 2 of this practice match where Big Merc, who's also going to be representing the store, went up against Variable, one of the people that was having the stream early, just decided he's doing some car stuff now, has other hobbies he's getting into, and this is exactly why I always tell people that you need to diversify. You got to grow your community. Grow your community as much as possible.
And it has been growing.
Yeah, quite a bit. And because there are going to be players that eventually they find other hobbies, they get into other games, want to do other stuff, and they'll probably come back at some point. But to keep a game healthy, you do need to keep expanding the player base.
I suppose you do.
Yeah. Captain Literal, I know you're probably already gone, but good luck in your local tonight. I hope you win it, bud. It's great.
You realize Usopp is better than Kobe.
Midnight, maybe that's going to be our meme for the moment. I'm going to bring back the old Markiplier meme about milking content. I can milk you. That's just being the thing now. Who knows? We'll see if that actually goes viral or not. You can never predict viralness. It has to do it on its own. All right, guys. We have two great decks that we're going to showcase here. We're going to go over the decks, showcase the battle between these two great players, and see something I'm hoping to see because I have my button ready. I Am Invincible has been one of my favorite combos ever since I saw it printed, and playing off from that amazing voice clip from the artist.
Whenever I hear that, I just think of the Sundowner boss from Metal Gear Rising.
Oh, yeah.
I can't say the full quote because it has a bad word in it.
Yeah.
But
Family friendly here at Home Reply.
An abbreviation. I'm freaking invincible! Despite being the easiest boss in the game.
There's a lot of bosses I've played before in the day. Definitely got my ego boosted just in time to get humbled. So,
Humbrode, if you will.
Humbrode, indeed. Which is kind of the theme of this the channel. One of the things that a lot of people...
you get humbled a lot.
Yes, I do. Yeah. Big Merc, good to see you. Joined at the right time. Yes, you did. Right in time for your deck list here. Yeah, one of there's been a couple questions I've had coming around here. It's like, why the Humbro? Why the Humbro? It's not because I want to say that I'm humble. I'm trying to tell people you're going to get humbled. Yes. Yeah, and that is the whole motif of this entire channel. It's like...
He eats more Humbro pie than any of the rest of us.
I mean, look at me, of course.
Yeah, I'm not doing too much better myself.
All right, let's get to the deck list. And speaking of Big Merc in the house, we have Big Merc's deck list. This is the Uda special with the favorited card that I love the most, I'm Invincible. And this one, basically a final move card. You have like 2 or 3 of these in your hand.
Oh,
you
that
are taking
is
a risk.
Brutal.
Yeah. You're going to set up your Uda leader as active. So you can load up a bunch of Dawn onto your Uda, swing 3 times.
So here's the line with I'm Invincible.
Mm-hmm.
You have a full board because this deck likes to spam out the board pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
You swing with your board, put 4 Dawn under your Uda. Swing 9, play I'm Invincible. Swing 9, play I'm Invincible. Swing 9.
And just take the game away from there. And it is an absolutely devastating combo that if you're not prepared for...
This is not the right list, apparently.
What? I took this right from...
You took this from an old thing.
Oh, yeah, because Big Merc, you didn't message me in my list. That's right. I had to take from an old one because you didn't send me the message. Yep, don't have one from you. I told you to send me a deck list, buddy. This is what we do when we don't have the deck list. We gotta come up with something here.
So this is one of those approximation deck lists, I guess. This is an example of an Uda list built by Big Merc.
Yes. We did take one from you, by the way, to get this. I had to go through my old emails to find it. But we added the other 2K counters. What are the other 2K counters that you might be referencing? And the film, was there a new one from Ido, or... From the Luffy?
The Teardrop Luffy's there.
Yeah, he's saying 2 more. So you added 2 more. What did you take away? What did you take away? Gosh, this ads. Bartomelo. Okay, here we go. Copy. And paste. And just like that. If you wanted to copy and paste this list for you guys, go ahead and just copy the whole thing and put it in the Google browser. Unfortunately, when I paste it into the chat, it cuts off the rest of the cards after the first one.
Twitch, get better.
Right? Get the link working right. Come on, Twitch. Alrighty. So this is the updated list. Thank you very much for that update, Big Mark. But this one running really just the same kind of film type of strategy here. You're going to wall up with Eustace Kid, or you're just setting up for that beautiful turn that we already talked about.
Board.
Swing at the board, hit I'm Invincible at the end game, and win it.
Search a million cards. Pull the Divine Lotus special of having 11 cards in hand with 0 can counter.
I think the most optimal, like most busted, if you can make it happen, but you are going to lose a lot of cards from hand. Playing
Luffy into Brook into... They don't play Robin anymore, so you don't get the full send.
Oh, okay.
Because there's a 3-drop Robin that plays a 2-drop. The original line was Luffy into Brook into Robin into the 2-drop Law. But we don't have that line anymore. So now it's just Luffy into Brook into the 3-drop Uda, probably. Or the 2-drop Katakuri.
Or even Usopp here.
Yeah, Usopp too. Or you could play the Gordon if you wanted another blocker.
True, absolutely. It's going to cost a lot from hand, but it's going to definitely leave with a devastating board state, and which is that go wide strategy we were talking about earlier.
This deck is very good at going wide.
His opponent, Variable, similar situation. Variable does not actually have any social media. Good on him for not having any social media.
Yeah, I mean, so this is an approximation of a deck list. We just pulled a random Gecko list and added the changes for post-ban list on what we think a Gecko list would look like. It's not perfect, and I'm not going to really talk about the card by card because other than the cards I know would be seeing play in this, so...
I mean, you got Perona guaranteed because he was asking all over for the
he was asking all over for the Pronas.
Rebecca's, I think, are good.
It's just, Gecko... Basically, how you can conceptualize of Gecko is, this is Dofi from Trash.
Yeah. And which was much not better when Gecko, the 8 cost, was around and did it much, much more efficiently, and which is why that should have been leader locked from the beginning, but... It is what it is. We lost our Gecko, so now a little underpowered, but still have playing from that.
Still good.
Yeah, deck's still putting up results. So we're gonna see which one of these two players can take down the win in this round 2, an appreciated match from Big Merc and Variable. Big Merc says he was playing Dressrosa build. I think. Oh, okay.
This should be interesting to see then.
I haven't seen that.
Dressrosa cards mill a lot, but a lot of them are leader locked. Like, what, are we just playing staged so we can use to tap with Zoro? I don't know.
Yeah. Happy Thursday, Mama Sim. Welcome to the chat. Thank you so much. Mama Sim, is Variable around? He can send me a deck list? I'd really appreciate it, if that was possible. Ooh, I gotta take these wins away. No one's won yet. But yeah, because he doesn't have social media, I wasn't able to actually get his deck list out here. So we're gonna use the approximation, give you guys an idea of what it's gonna be up, and we're gonna see what this build is put together. I know that Variable super excited to get in when he can and get some gameplay, and I really appreciate that he's always willing to get on camera when he's there.
Right.
So, giving us some great quality. We've seen some really good, fun matches from Variable, and I've learned quite a few things from his matches.
Yeah, like play 10-drop Lin when you're playing, when you have the option to, when you're playing yellow-purple pudding.
Yeah. There was also a time when Variable had told us about, you remember the Gecko versus Gecko matchup and how grindy that was? Gecko versus Gecko back in the day?
I don't...
Way back.
Oh, like just in general, the concept of that matchup?
Yeah. There was you would play this where you'd constantly, like, destroy your opponent's board, reset up.
Yeah.
Destroy your opponent's board, reset up. And you can get stuck in this, like, loop of thinking that's the only way to keep playing the game.
Just swing face.
But eventually you do have to start swinging face and just be like, all right, I'm done with this loop of constantly clean, reduce, rebuild, and just give up on that loop and go for focus on face here. Mama Sen says he's out, but I see if I can get it to me. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mama Sen. Yeah, probably doing another one of those awesome hobbies of his. All right, Variable likes his hand. Big Merc likes his hand. Well, we're going to see. He hasn't put out his life yet. I do like the sleeves for here. Oh, Big Merc not liking it. He's got those, the dragon from the time I got reincarnated as a slime, which is another IP that's coming out to Union Arena soon.
Oh, isn't that one that they poached from White Shorts?
I believe so. Yeah.
Again, I don't know much about slime. I haven't.
Tempest, thank you. Tempest is his name. I like the voice actor for him in English, which is not common because most of the time I like to watch subtitles because I enjoy. I think
Except
the
for the
voice.
time you were telling me the cope of watch solo leveling in dub, it makes it so much better. It didn't change a thing.
That's on you. I can't make you like something, and I'm not going to make you like something. But I think honestly, just seeing because I follow the guy on social media, and he does such an amazing job of like taking care of that role and the care that he gives to it. And it's one of the things that I look to in entertainment. You have to love the project you're working with. If you don't love it, I can tell. And if I don't see that, I'm not going to be
It's
interested.
why the most successful live action was One Piece, because the showrunners actually liked One Piece.
Exactly.
And Oda was at least somewhat involved.
Exactly. Yeah. So we're going to start off with our first search. This is one of the event searches for the top 3.
And it restands Dawn too after you use it, so it's basically a 0 cost.
Nice.
You just have to have the Dawn active. Kind of like the new card that's been revealed in red for Rayleigh, the 0 cost observation hockey, where technically a 0 cost event, but you still have to have a Dawn because you need to be able to attach a Dawn to bleed.
Okay.
Although that Rayleigh deck looks terrible.
Ooh, seeing stage out this early is getting really good for variable here.
This stage isn't great.
And isn't it kind of more of a linchpin in this new set?
I don't know. Again, stage, I believe, like you tap it to play like 2 cost or less Thriller Bark from your trash.
Which he has. He's already got a piece out there.
Like, it's not fantastic.
Hmm.
Like, I think it's better in Perona because you have that Searcher Perona that you pulled the Altart of.
Yeah.
The lowest valued Altart in the set. And, that is a beautiful full art Suru, though, from PRB.
Beautiful. I can't wait for PRB 2.
That's
that set was
such a nice
so...
set. PRB was so good, and I'm
Right?
glad that they're making it like a regular thing where we can constantly have access to it.
Getting those much necessary reprints along with every single pack. I know that some people like overpulled and they started feeling bad because it's like all they were chasing was a few hits, but like 6 hits in a box. 6 hits in a box is insane.
It's so nice.
And on top of that, like even when you're pulling these Jolly Rogers of just random cards, they're staple
no, it
cards.
wasn't 6 hits. It was 8 hits.
You had the 2 foil Dawn,
2 foil Dawn,
2
2
Altarts,
secret rares, 2 Altarts,
and
2
full
full
arts. Yeah, it was 8. Yeah. Jeez, 8 hits. Everyone was. I love them. Everyone was talking about the market too. Like, the market's dying for this. The market's dying. I'm like, bro, give it a couple months, and now look at everything. It's going back up.
Yeah, look at the price of Gecko Morias. It's gone up so much. Look, I am not sympathetic. I am not going to ever like feel sorry for people who get upset about their cards going down. I bought Gecko Morias when they were $25 a copy.
Oh.
I had to buy a playset of those.
Yeah.
If I can deal with that,
Yeah.
you have no reason to complain about your card going from $8 to $4. All right.
Fair enough. Absolutely fair.
Like, if I'm able to be like, that's fine, I do not care.
I think you can too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like, realize it is better for the health of the game that more people can play the decks and play the game and get more people involved, because the Altarts are where the money is going to stay.
Absolutely.
Because they haven't reprinted any Altarts yet.
Right. And I think that's where they're going to try and stick to. And they'll reprint the mangas, but with a different stamp on it so you can distinguish between the original, which is exactly what you need to do in that situation.
Okay,
it's one of the few cards I've noticed that they do distinguish. Like, they go out of their way to make sure that there's a identifiable point, too.
I mean, I know that was the case with earlier mangas, but the stamp was on, like, OP5 mangas onward.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, you notice how they don't have, like, a first edition, like Yu-Gi-Oh! Does? So that, to me, was, like, their first indication of trying to differentiate certain cards that you can...
I mean, the closest thing to notifying that a set was first edition were blue bottoms.
Yeah.
But that doesn't show on the actual cards.
Exactly.
The only time you can see that is the cards that have been errated in some way. Because, like, effect text has been changed to, like, be clarified on certain cards.
Yeah.
And you also have the fact that First Ed rad beams say "Oh Squid" on them, and
Squid?
yeah, "Oh Squid." You haven't heard? I know Low Pound Cake has mentioned the "Oh Squid" rad beams.
He has, yeah.
The one of the best rad beams out there, because it's either the "Oh Squid" rad beams, the textured foil rad beams from PRB, which are technically the full art ones. Then you have the premium collection ones.
All right, Big Merc with a big drop here, playing that Brook that brought into the Uda. So the latter half of that little go wide strategy that we're talking about.
It's still going wide. It's still we got 7 Dawn out of 4 Dawn.
Right. And get Uda search and crap on the
This
top.
is one of the crazy things about Uda is
It
like
never
it's
misses.
just. I mean, it can if you're running the build that plays Kid,
Yeah.
but it can only miss on a Kid.
90% of the time works every time. Not the exact quote, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And you're, by the way, I like this that we see Ryuma here because that was one of the ones I was questioning you about. Like,
No, this card's crazy in Gecko because it's a 4K6. It's a 4/6 body that we can play off. It's a body we can play off of leader effect with double attack.
Wow. Yeah.
So like, we put a Dawn under it. It gains double attack.
Has 7K.
This card
jeez.
went crazy in OP10 pre-release. I wish I pulled some because this card is like one of the best cards for OP10 pre-release because pair this with the Sanji.
Oh, jeez. Double attack, give it rush.
Yeah, 5/7 double attack with rush.
Come on. I don't know if I pulled in a Ryuma. Maybe. I don't remember seeing it, but it's been a while.
Like, this was one of the all-stars for 10 pre-release, in my opinion. This was one of the cards I was looking out for and I didn't pull. I just pulled a bunch of vanillas that that with rush still was enough to like take me pretty far.
Yeah, you went X1 on that one, right?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah. Saying
Still
about the
also
50...
got scammed out of the top 4 because of tiebreaker.
See, I, as much as I can prevent it, I will prevent it. If I can prevent it. I can only control so much. Because I know how bad that feels. Ooh, we got 1 I Am Invincible in hands here. So Big Mark setting up for a potential late game swing here.
Yep.
Already has his opponent down to 3, so we'll see if he can chip away with some of these film cards on his turn. But right now, Variable looking to set up his board.
Okay, swing. This is probably going to get the block because we're either countering or blocking because we do not want that double attack.
Mm-hmm. Getting the blocker out and getting the utility here. Here comes 7. Activate lead ability.
And mill 2. Play 1 from trash.
Gets 1 back. We're going to get another Ryuma.
Absalom. Absalom can't KO anything on this board state, though.
Okay.
Getting another Ryuma.
Yeah.
So this is just kind of the deck, and the fact that it can just play with its trash so much is really powerful.
I'd say it's probably one of the more devastating things about it is because it never feels good trying to go board state when you're playing against a Gecko because you just know they're going to get back.
Yep. Now we're playing that. Does that? Yeah, it plays rested. Stage plays rested. But it lets us get
a Cerberus.
Jump blocker, yeah.
Fake Cerberus. One of those heads is a wolf.
No, it's a fox.
Fox, that's right.
And we've seen the real Cerberus now in the manga.
Mm-hmm.
I don't say much more about that because spoilers.
Yeah. Cerberus. For those who don't know, Cerberus is a 3-headed dog. Greek mythology.
For those who didn't know, one of the most famous
mythical
creatures in mythology.
I would argue the unicorn would be the most famous.
I said one of.
Well, okay, fair, yeah.
Yes, the national animals of Scotland and Wales. Fun fact, that is true. Scotland's national animal is a unicorn, and Wales has the national animal of the dragon.
Where's my Aussie that was in the chat here earlier? What's your national anthem? Is it death? What's the animal? Is it just death?
Emu. Emu, the fact that they lost the war to emus.
Is it really emus? Or
No, I'm just saying that because I'm making fun of the fact that Scotland is the only country to lose a war to birds.
I bet you it's the drop bear. Definitely the drop bear.
Oh, you mean the thing that that looks like a koala but drops on your head and tears your skin off?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the koala that scalps you.
Yeah, drop bear.
What about the giant tarantulas?
Oh, those things are... Everything in Australia is trying to kill you.
What about the kangaroo?
That one. Toughen up, man.
That one could still beat you to death.
It can. It'll try. Jeez, another hit. Big Merc, I think his biggest fear in this deck is a pudding. Would you say?
I mean, this was one of the things that was like, because this deck for a short time did exist pre-pudding.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like an okay deck, but Sakazuki was around, and so the fact that there was a deck...
That was the meta.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Merc is like, yeah, if I see a pudding, I want to concede. Like, I'm trying to get this fat hand so I can eventually get to my I'm invincible turn. Speaking of what, I gotta get that thing ready. Because if he does play I'm Invincible, I have the soundbite.
Watashi no Saikyo?
No, the English dubbed version.
Okay.
Scoop quick. Yeah. Big Merc's like, I ain't messing around with no pudding. Multi-pass, welcome back. Yeah, pudding is an annoying card to play around. It really is. But it's
just counter. It just don't play it. Just don't keep too many cards in hand.
Yeah, I mean that's coming from an Usopp player that benefits from having low cards in hand.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for putting me back at 5 cards. Now I can draw every time I can draw off of my leader effect.
I've seen you play that thing. You never want to keep more than 5 cards in hand. You work actively to make sure you only have you constantly get that draw ability.
I know, because it's good. It means that my cards replace themselves.
Yeah. I think it's why people like the new Sanji. Right. Still annoying having your hand ripped that feels good in a card game. Yeah.
Hey, look, it can do wonders against Nami, and that's all I care about.
Yeah. Fair enough. Absolutely, actually.
And fun fact, if he was trying to convince me to have to play against Nami on paper, I saved you all from having to watch that.
He did. True story.
If Spencer doesn't... I'm not commentating a Nami match right now. If Spencer doesn't want... if Spencer can't show up and do this... If I'm gonna have to be the one sitting here talking over a Nami match, I'm not gonna do that.
So, interesting though. I want you to talk to people why you actually decided to still play it though. As much as you hate that matchup, you actually went to Claude and said, "Hey, give me some practice with this matchup."
Actually, Claude offered first, but I also it's the regional. Claude apparently got in, and he's probably gonna be playing Nami. I need the practice. Turns out Usopp is actually very strong against Nami.
Really? All right.
Yeah, you have a little card called Gun Gum King Kong Gun.
Mm-hmm.
Paired with Bounce Man.
Yep.
If you wait till your 10 on turn, load up. So what? It's 6k plus 7 is 13 plus 7. 20k double attack twice.
Jeez. No, they're not going to have enough counter. I'll be...
Yeah, good luck to the Nami player.
Mayor. Yeah, no. I got no treats though, bro.
You don't have treats for your dog? How
Well,
can you
not
be such
here.
a terrible pet owner?
At the table.
How can you be such a terrible pet owner?
What? Kai. She's well fed. This
Oh,
girl.
yeah, no.
This girl is...
He has so much dog. Kai is a lot of dog. There's a reason she's named Kaiju.
Right? If this thing was any lower, she would be as big as us, and everyone would be just terrified.
I mean, I don't think you could ever be terrified of a dog.
That's fair. Have you seen those the big bear hunting dogs from Russia? The ones that are bigger than people?
I think maybe.
Okay. Those things look incredible.
But
she's a Newfoundler.
Yeah.
Mama Sam. Newfound. So, we'll always tell you when people are there. We'll always bark at everything, but she's so sweet because she never will ever hurt you. She just demands pets.
That's always
very
the thing
aggressively.
I've seen with big dogs is usually people think big dogs are super intimidating, but they're always the sweetest dogs.
Right?
Every time I've seen a pit bull or a Rottweiler, they are the sweetest dogs possible. They just want to play.
Right? She's got the loudest bark, and it's so intimidating. I've seen people go oh no. And it's all she's doing is screaming at you to pet her. She's like, listen, over here, pet now. Now, pet me. Yes, now.
And
yes.
you gotta listen to the HR manager.
Right. It's been a long time since I've been able to use the HR manager overlay. Where is she at? There she is. As I haven't gotten a good look at what my beautiful dog Kaiju looks like. Right there. Kaiju. And you'll often hear me call her Kai. Because it's just easier that way.
Is it?
It is. Did you know in the human language, everyone reduces things into one syllable? Anything that has a lot of syllables that gets frequently used will eventually turn itself into a one syllable term in some way. And you can take it down to the names in which we call people. Like I'm looking forward to the day that people just start calling you Port because they don't want to say Porter because it's just too many syllables. Like, what is the one syllable term that your parents call you, your family members? I miss her, Fluffy Fluff. Yeah, I'm sorry, Midnight. She's still here. We're gonna have some more streams eventually after we get through this.
So you're saying that everyone in the language has a mild dose of hippopotamostrasquidipiophobia.
Yes, the fear of long words. Yes, I'm familiar with this word. I couldn't pronounce it either, so don't worry. Don't try.
I do know some other funny words like defenestrate, to throw someone out of a window.
Mm-hmm. Schadenfreude, to take pleasure in other people's pain.
I mean, that's just one of the bases of comedy.
Right.
Like, the entire point of comedy is to derive catharsis out of suffering.
Mm-hmm. I love that we just explained humor to people. Now they're just going to be like, unsubscribe. Why say a lot of word when few word do trick? I love the guy from The Office.
Never seen The Office, never will.
Oh, man, that's such a good one. It's okay. There's enough anime for you to get caught up on. Have you caught up on Frieren yet?
No.
It's okay. I'll live. Ooh, Useless Kid. Wonder what's coming out with. Another blocker? We got a lot of blockers on Big Merc. Big Merc really wants to make this land. He's desperately setting up for the I'm Invincible turn.
I mean, that's getting the macro ready.
I feel like it's coming. I mean, I've looked at his hand and it only looks like he has one copy of it. So he still needs to get a couple more leader swings in to get it. Still only at one. Setting up for the turn. He's not at 10 down yet, though. But still wondering what he's going to do. Attach that extra Dawn to play something. I think he's going to do something.
We don't need to attach the Dawn to play anything. We just need that for the
defensive wall. Yeah.
So we're probably still going to attach a Dawn to it. It means we don't get the leader search, but that's not the end of the world.
Right.
It does mean we get a very annoying card on the board. Although he is playing against black.
Notice Big Merc has really been avoiding going board.
I mean, it's Moria. There's no like, if you can't, like, unless you can get rid of multiple things, it's just going to come back.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's one of the powers. Like, that's one of the strong suits of Moria, is, like, you could try and get rid of something, but it's just going to come back.
Mm-hmm. Like this attack. Fruitless.
I mean...
Arguably going against a blocker, though, and before it gets restood. Maybe has value.
Yeah, and if he wants to use stage for that, that's going to come in tapped.
Mm-hmm. Big Merc had no... we're right now, like, Big Merc with the big brain plays right here, and Big Merc's like, he was playing characters that I think I remember watching in the show.
Yeah, well, it's like one of those things where sometimes, like, I constantly hear this anecdote, like, where in chess, like, where sometimes really bad players can still beat really good players because the bad players have no idea what they're doing, and the good players are just like...
Oh, they're setting up for the Queen's Gambit. And the guy's just like, Queen's what?
Like, yeah, no, it's like, because they, like, where they're just outsmarting them, where the bad players can make good players outsmart themselves.
Ooh.
Sabo.
Here's
Card we
a
don't
good
see
hit.
too much.
Yeah, right?
It's a great card. I honestly really feel like maybe now that there's... Although it looks like that's only going to get the kid here.
That's enough to be able to get his double strikers in, which is what he's trying to set up for.
We only have one active.
Oh, so he can't. He's only getting one double attack if he get... No, because he can just free block with the Luffy here.
Yeah.
So...
Well, it would be at 7k with the Dawn under it. So that the Luffy would trade.
Yeah. I don't think that's going to be the case with Big Mark's hand. He's got so much counter in hand, it's ridiculous. A lot of 1Ks. But...
I mean, again, like...
Yeah.
When I've played against Uda, usually the Uda player has no counter in hand despite having 11 cards in hand.
Right. That's because they're trying to set up for all those events that are at 0 counter hands, and we're only looking at one event in Big Mark's hand here. So let's hope he doesn't get too greedy and just waits forever for this I'm Invincible turn here. But all right, there's a simple counter out of the attack from lead. Likely he's got that Uda a 6k blocker too?
Yeah, it's 6k.
Oh, 6k. So,
and you can trash a card from hand to put a Rested Dawn under your leader.
Alright. Draw for turn, still only one copy of I'm Invincible. So, see, Big Merc will probably take this turn to go a little bit wider. Not playing anything offensive or even aggressive. I feel like it still behoove Big Merc here to try and dig, obviously, a little bit, but then try to get that life down to 2 to make sure that if he does play that I'm Invincible combo, it actually lands. Here comes 7k swing. Looks like it was going to life, and it looks like Variable is going to counter out.
Only 2 cards in hand.
So he has been doing a good number, but I think also Stage has been doing a good number, right? Stage requires a discard.
Does Stage require a discard? I know the leader effect requires a discard.
All right, that might be what I'm thinking of here. But another blocker set up here for the Monkey D. Luffy, which should be coming out with that Usopp.
Or we could get a Katakuri, which is just bigger than Usopp.
Okay. Isn't it a 4K bot?
Yeah, but it has an effect. If you have 2 or more rested, or if you have like X amount of rested Dawn, then it becomes a 6k body.
Oh, okay. Nice. Alright, so yep, walling up yet again. Lots of counter in hand. Only one I am Invincible here. Unfortunately, not going to attack with all these blockers. The wall of Big Merc here just saying, eventually I will get there. And I'm Invincible you.
I mean, honestly, at this point, like, even if we just get one more, I feel like we could just go in with our blockers too.
Right.
Because, like, they're decent bodies as well.
Only has to fight through one blocker at the moment. Variable looking in his yard. And this is another one of the things that's punishing him because Gecko Moria, as we said, does such a good job of bringing stuff back from the graveyard. But Big Merc, who is just walling up and refusing to deal with the board state, is just kind of like leaving Variable with limited options. He's like, well, my board's kind of at an optimal state here, but now he's got to fight through 4 different blockers.
We're loading up one of the Riemas for double attack. So wait, that was 3 under, so 9 with double attack. Probably gonna block, maybe counter, although 3 cards is a lot. Yeah, just getting the Uta.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna go another 9, maybe? Or are we saving that? No, there's nothing really we could do with leader effect, so I'm not sure that's really what we were gonna do.
Exactly. Like he's allowed the board to get full. What is he grabbing back? Is there anything that Gecko would want to bring back that wouldn't just be as valuable
Redundant?
as the board?
Yeah, no. Because I don't think I see any hogbacks in trash if we want to like get cards in hand. Although that would still require a cycle off of leader effect.
Variable attack in 7, likely trying to get a free tap. Ooh, and a life hit here.
Just maybe saying like maybe the I'm Invincibles are in life.
He's been digging for a while here. Absalon 7k swing again. Looking to see if we'll get one of those blockers. Imagine Variable just desperate to get one of his blockers out of the way.
Okay, well
so he
that
can get the double
means
attack
that the double attack doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. Here comes 8k. We'll see if Big Merc takes it.
I think maybe that Big Merc is thinking this might be the turn, so he's
You
not
got 1. Still 1. He's burying that last card I can't see. Oh, just not even willing to defend the block here. So much counter in hand. You can't tell me he doesn't have enough to counter out of this. Block.
3 cards.
Yeah. But now I'm going to go back. 2 Big Merc. 3 attackers. 1 copy of I'm Invincible in hand. 3 life to get through. Tony Chopper's a draw. Still looks like just 1 copy of I'm Invincible. Okay.
We have a backlight for the blocker if we want to, but not sure that's what we're going for right here.
Big Merc officially run out of options. I don't know if he waited too long for this combo to hit, but probably hoping he hits an I'm Invincible from here. Here's a 8 attack. 2 variable. Testing the water, seeing how much counter is left in his hand. Or is he going to go board finally?
No, there's no reason to go board. It's very redundant. Maybe it's like I guess it takes an attack out of the way. Like that's the
only benefit here.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Big Merc's second thinking this thing. Probably thinking, haven't seen another copy yet. Is this turn I want to pull the trigger? What would you do in Big Merc's situation here?
I don't know. I don't play a lot of Uda.
Okay. can't say that I have either. It's missing
Yeah, it's
a
not
critical
red.
color. Yeah, it's missing a critical color, man.
I don't even know if you've played Red Purple Uda.
I
Or
wasn't
Mono
around.
Red Uda.
I wasn't around during that time, but I do miss it because I heard it was a lot of fun.
I mean, it's better than ever with the Red Haired Pirate stuff.
That's right, because it does sequence with that. Nice. Maybe at some point.
Like, Red Purple Uda is better than ever. Also, your leaders are still Shanks versus Marco.
Oh, jeez. Thank you for the catch. It's still in game 1, thank God. Okay. It's like, I hope we weren't, like, deep in this.
You know, it looks like nearing the end of game 1, but...
There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Alright, so we saw search. What do you get off the top?
I don't remember.
It wasn't an I'm invincible, that's for sure, because he's still sitting with one in hand and
So
debating on whether he wants to play it
We
again.
can use
Ooh.
the back...
There we go. Is he playing it?
No, that looks like the backlight.
Okay.
Which I thought was 2, but it looked like he tapped 3 there.
It did look like he tapped 3.
Oh well.
Maybe he thought he was going to go I'm invincible with this
Oh,
one?
he got a 2K counter off of that search there.
Okay.
Okay, so
From search. Got it.
yeah, we used the... Okay, so we've definitely cleared the board a bit for attacks. That definitely gives us some tempo advantage, because that's really all going for board does is tempo. It's not... Okay, we're swinging with a blocker.
All right. Thinking about... No,
yeah, no,
never mind.
thinking... Wait, this is a blocker.
Yeah. Gonna need that for that turn.
Yeah, I don't want to die here. Still has three, potentially 4 if we want to go real crazy.
Yeah.
Attacked.
All
Oh.
right. Still gonna do it.
Saying, never mind, we're still doing it.
All right. 2K counter from variable here to protect his Ryuma. Does he have enough Dawn left to...
I see 6.
No.
He should have if he... But I think he accidentally tapped one. Oh, there's the I'm Invincible.
Coming in for the attack to get rid of the Ryuma. And I don't like the I'm Invincible as a defensive play.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
That's fair. That's fair.
I almost feel like we block here. Just so that we have the attacker around. He already rested a blocker, so...
Yeah.
If I was variable here, I'd feel pretty comfortable with just blocking this and...
I lived my entire moment in life for that one button to push. I will say that those that don't know, because I'm so illiterate when it comes to some of these sound boards, it took me 3.5 hours to get that clip, and then another hour to put it on my board. So I spent 4 hours of my life so I could have the one moment to be able to push that button and say it.
Big Mark says he did it for you.
Oh, thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. Because I don't think Uda's going anywhere. I think that Uda's going to have another moment. We're going to see some more film cards. Because, gosh, there's so many more films that they can do.
I mean, but this one's specifically film red.
Does it say film red on it? Yeah, okay.
I know there are film cards, but every card for this is film red.
Sure. But I mean, if they develop any more film cards in green, that could potentially lead to some other combos.
Yeah, no. The other films are usually represented in red and purple.
Did you actually have your speakers blown with that one? Kinetic? Like, is it too loud? Because I set the settings down low. Did I blow your speakers? I put the setting down so it didn't blow it. No, that wasn't saying. Gave me a heart attack? Oh, God. No! That was loud? No, that was
Everyone
not the
points
intent.
and laugh at the man who doesn't know how to use a soundboard. Ignore the fact that I don't either.
Oh, man.
I haven't messed up, though, so I have a perfect streak when it comes to setting up soundboards because I've never done it.
I thought I had it all set up, guys. That was 4 hours of effort so I could make that work, not to blow your speakers out. No. No.
We have to keep doing it, though.
I mean, I'm going to keep doing it, but I set the settings down even lower. And I'm bringing it down, guys. I'm bringing it down. The settings are low. Called Kaiju back in. She was excited. I'm so sorry if I blew out the speakers and gave you guys
The stream is going great.
Right? Everyone's just like, oh, what a peaceful, lovely chat here. It's like, ah!
I'm invincible!
Jeez. Set my oh, no. I'm so sorry.
Looks like we're reading like Katakuri does.
All right. Like half the value of it was it would be nice. All right, I took it down by just about half. Okay, it's down by half.
That was nowhere near half.
Yeah. You're trying to kill me. No.
Yes, he is, and he's trying to milk me. It's all for the content. It's all for the content, folks. We need those clippable moments.
Just woke up half the base of the unit here. No. No. I'm causing chaos with one button push. Who didn't say it at the
so
red
much
button?
To have so much power.
I mean, we won't be able to play it for the rest of this game. How's that? That is at half mass.
This game isn't going to last much longer.
Yeah. 7K coming into life. Are we gonna? Oh, that's not even an UDA blocker, is it? It is a blocker. Need to go to the maintenance. Oh gosh. I think you just the lady in the room next door. Oh my god! I'm inducing labor.
Hey, it gets it over with,
right? She can thank me later. God.
Well, I hope your kid's doing all right.
Yeah, same. Seriously. I'm gonna get a serious noggin if I like noogie. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what a noogie is.
Yeah. End up waking up his own child. You're lucky Ren was sound asleep. Well, I mean, when Ren falls asleep, there ain't nothing waking him up anymore. I know better at least about Ren. Like, I don't have to worry about Ren waking up. That kid fell asleep in the noisy filled store on the... It's cleaned carpet. I vacuum regularly. But still, on the carpet in the middle of the store.
Oh, he's vacuuming, so maybe not as clean as he says it is.
But just passed out. I don't think there's much that can wake that poor boy up. Big Mark says, my dad in the next country is such a thing cracked out.
County, not country.
County. Either one.
It's important.
Turn that crap down.
Literacy is important, especially when you play card games.
All right, going for a blocker here. Well, he's still got a fat hand with 4 cards in hand. So yeah, loading up the Absalom was not the play. All right, back to Big Merc here. Not looking pretty at 3 life and this ridiculous board state 1 blocker. I don't feel like Big Merc has a play. Do you? Am I missing something?
We draw 3 I'm Invincibles. we just search 2. We just drew I'm Invincible, and then we search off the top, and I'm Invincible.
Every single time.
And then we win.
Yeah.
We just win. That actually, we don't even win from this position.
Is it a once per turn draw, or is this every time it swings?
It's once per turn.
Oh, okay.
But like because of the blocker, that's not even enough for lethal.
No. Little Pound Cake says, my dad just asked why all the lights in the house were on because it was so loud.
You're not even in your house.
That's the joke. My grandpa just told me, turn that racket off. And he's dead. Our entire chat's full of comedians. Love this stuff. Good ones too. I'm not saying anything negative. That stuff's hilarious.
It's better than some Twitch chats I've seen.
That's fair.
I mean, I have literally seen Twitch chats that go, it's maybe like stuff I don't even want to say and repeat because of like just how horribly wrong it is. We mentioned the streamer earlier, actually.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Like, when they're like, based, absolutely horrible person, one of the worst people in the world, and you have like that whole chat going like that, that is absurd.
The Pharaoh just yelled at me to return the slab.
Return the slab! So you get some of your references.
All right, variable trying to navigate this turn needs just 1 of these attacks to land.
I mean, 3 blockers. I can count.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
It's what Uda does best. Wall out. We have 4 attacks, decent attacks. I don't think he's going to attack with a Cerberus.
You could, though.
That's fair.
I mean, that would be enough, actually.
I mean,
if we just It depends on how many cards Big Merc has in hand, but if we just swing...
One. He has one card in hand.
Oh, then if we just swing, that we trade for all of that, and we... With everything, we guaranteed win.
Yeah.
Like, we could... Or that also works.
Alright. Brooke gonna pop up one of the blockers here.
So... We don't even need to dedicate Don to anything. So, actually, if we
No. Variable had one card. Big Merc has a grip.
Okay, never mind.
So he does have to think about math.
Because I was like, oh, we just... If we... But they could be bricks.
Yeah, they could be. We know better.
It is Uda.
Yeah, we know better. It's at least a bunch of 1Ks. But I think it's only 4 1Ks, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Well,
All right, here
that's
comes
gonna force
6. Yeah, see.
Either 2 cards or a block. Oh, that was a 2K.
Oh, Tony Chopper, I forgot about that one.
You forgot about a Tony Chopper? You? And that Luffy was a 2K. Seems like there were a lot of 2Ks.
I remember the Rosinantes.
There
Is
are
that
no Rosinantes in this.
I think. Look at this again and tell me that's not a Rosinante.
There weren't Rosinantes in the deck.
I didn't see it in the deck list, but look at what was in his hand. Because remember, we had to copy this list from...
I see a
an old
Sanji
list.
and a Shanks.
It's a Shanks behind there?
Yeah. It's the 9-drop Shanks.
Oh, okay. Slow clap here. That's a Shanks. All right. Fair enough. All right. Back to Big Merc. Desperately needs to have 3 I'm Invincibles in hand right now.
Which we know we don't
have.
We could play the Shanks.
All right. Coming off the top.
KO,
Looking
the
for a
Sabo.
draw.
If we see another I'm Invincible, we get another chance to blow everyone's eardrums out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, your eardrums are safe. Okay, we play one of the Shankses.
They're safe because I fixed the volume.
Did you fix it enough?
I'm pretty sure I fixed it enough. We're gonna find out if I wake up the dead in the next time he plays I'm Invincible.
The dead speak. The worst writing decision ever made.
9 cost. All right, gonna pop the Sabo, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that's one less body on the board. We're still dead, but
it's something.
But maybe he doesn't know that. This doesn't do anything. If we kept that as the blocker, it would have still traded, and we're just...
I think that was just a concession. He didn't have anything else. He just conceded. Variable taking home that... Yeah. That win. We're going to get ourselves in the... Oh, is that the only game? Did you guys just do a best of 1? Oh.
Your speakers are safe.
You only did a best of 1? Aw. Alrighty. Did you guys do a best of 3?
Yeah.
You did? Okay.
There was also a pack opening right before it. And also
we got a box opening for the commercial break. We can do that.
Okay.
But yeah, we got a box opening from Midnight. By the way, awesome box. Can't wait for you guys to see it. But all right, we got one more match, and we're gonna take that break for the last match where we get to see the list that I've been kind of alluding to throughout the whole stream here. My smoker list that was being piloted by Big Merc versus.
They got smoked.
We'll see. We'll find out. It's Smoker. He likes to smoke. Let's see. But go on.
He does have 2 cigars in his mouth usually.
Mm-hmm. So we'll find out. Hit against Porter and his updated list for what he might be. No guarantees yet. Might be playing at the regionals here with his blue-black Usopp. I'm looking forward to it. We had played
Kneel before your god.
Yeah, it makes more sense. All right. Well, I would have liked to have seen... All right, guys. I'm going to push the button.
He wants the content. What did I say? We mean nothing. We are but ants to this man to feed to his machine of content.
I'm going to push the button. I'm going to push the button. Just tell me. Do I wake up the dead?
Actually, that was still really loud on our end.
On our end. But that thing's cut down to the point. Like...
Change track effect.
Better. I'll take better. Okay, so... We're fixed for the next time that we have this.
It reset, by the way. The audio thing.
It reset?
Well, like the bar.
What? That's our bar.
Oh, wait.
No. That's the output is the one when I hit the button. Right.
Okay, never mind.
Input's here. Yeah, see? Sounds good for me. For a sound alert? I mean, it's a little louder than us here. I'm at work, but I'll be lurking. All right, Mad Soap. I hope that I didn't alert anybody with that little sound effect there. Stay tuned, guys. We have one more round left here. It's going to be Usopp versus Smoker. Let's find out. Can the liar beat the...
You mean the god?
Mm-hmm. The god. But stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I don't know what it is about you, but you got me feeling some kind of way. I'm gonna dive right in, I don't care. Give me the word, tell me what do you say. I think I know what I want, come on and vibe with me. Don't let it go, I just want you to stay. I think I know what I need, come on, get lost with me. Don't let it go, don't let it go. the one I need. We can take it slow, baby. I'm happy going at your speed. What can I do to make you see me in a perfect night? Need you to see it. Need you to be with me tonight.
As far as I can go, rest assured the wind will lead me far from home. Let's sail this world, the water beneath me is so clean, is so neat, is so pristine, splashing over me. Let's sail this world, the water beneath me is so clean, is so neat, is so pristine, splashing over me. As far as I can go, as far as I can
And welcome back to Homebrew Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me. Fixing the jaw. Fixing the jaw. You actually nailed that troll face, by the way. That's pretty good. All right, Porter in the house with me. Round 3, and of course, the coveted pack opening round, because this is what we're going to do after this round. We got an awesome match with Porter on stage up against with his Usopp versus Smoker. And as been reminded to me that Big Merc, who's playing my deck, by the way, I didn't have time to really pilot this thing during that day. So he's going to give me some ability to look over top this deck. I'll talk to you about why I built it and how I built it and how I want this thing to work. And we'll talk about it here in a minute when we get the deck list. But we have 2 different decks here for our final round here for a fun little match. This not likely going to be my final version going into the championship, but closer to what I run, because I'm almost convinced I am locked in for the Smoker for the RC.
You're gonna make a zoo version of it so you can force Chopper into every deck you run.
It's tempting. It's tempting.
You don't play any 7k bodies in that. You don't easily have access to 7k bodies. Your leader effect would be worthless.
It would be worthless. I don't think it's going to be definitely not the case. There is some variant of this deck I will be bringing in, maybe, or I just might just go 0 and or even better, Bello Betty and hope for the best for 5 straight rounds of high roll, baby. Roll Tide! We'll find out. But first, let's get into the deck list, shall we? All right, so what I was kind of alluding to here, this is my Smoker list. This is something I picked up from, and I think it's too soon. And I think I will agree with you that it is not the greatest. I think it's a little too soon. What this thing does is set up against the green-purple Luffy and the blue-purple Luffy meta that we're about to face as soon as we get access to EV01 and OP11.
EV01 came out a year ago.
EV02, sorry. Thank you for the correction. But
You
EV02
started in EV01.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. So EV02 and OP11, they're going to have a lot of, maybe, we don't know. I have a prediction personally. I don't think that's going to be a meta, guys. I think they're going to do some ban lists before we see
It could be a ban list. It could also be that reminder that we're getting the starter decks around the same time as OP11. So we could easily get shakeups in the meta that way. Because Shanks, Buggy, Bonnie, and even Black-Purple Luffy are all decks that very well could be in contention to... Oh, look, we're getting an advertisement for Siemens.
What? Oh, good eye. I was like, what is he talking about? We don't have an ad break. All right, continue. Or you did that distracted.
So like they're like all the decks that are getting starter decks are gonna be like are already competent decks that with the extra boost could very easily contest
And change that a bit. Yeah.
So that is something to be aware of.
Absolutely. So similar to what we saw from the film deck that from that Uda build here, this is taking up Buggy gonna go off? Yeah, I mean it does get a lot of support. So we don't know what the cards are yet, right? But
we don't know any of the cards now.
Yeah, we're gonna get those as simultaneous release with Japan. So
we actually get those starter decks a bit before Japan.
Is it a couple days or a week?
It's like a week before.
Ooh, nice. All right. So we'll get the spoilers then at least first. So I can't wait to see when the spoilers come out for that. But yeah, Buggy does have some promise here. We don't know what it yet, but it does have some promise. So this deck right here, really trying to play off from some early game play with this film combo that you just saw from the Uda deck, right? But this one bringing in some of the red film cards. This one right here, a blocker that allows to turn every single card in your hand into a once per turn 2K, and allows you for a nice little blocker. And Shiraya here is specifically for that new meta. For those that don't know what the Gurple and the blue-purple Luffy, they like to set the leader up to 6k power. So Shiraya ends up being like a decent counter towards those 6k leader attacks, and ends up being a decent attacker given that those 6ks usually last until the end of the opponent's turn.
Yeah, so, this card was played in Red Purple Law as a counter to BY Luffy. Because BY Luffy could get up to 9k pretty easily, and this could swing for 9.
J-Lo says, I don't even care. I know Buggy's going to go off. I love your faith in that, and I applaud it.
Watch Buggy just gets a card that says, on play, you lose the game.
But it's a must. It's a mandatory card within the deck. It's a one of that you have to play.
No, you have to play for it, and if you ever draw and you have the die, you have to play it. Watch them sabotage Buggy so much. Soul Pound Cake would cry so hard.
Right? Like, what is this garbage? That would be the weirdest and most hilarious on point card I've ever seen in my life. All right, but back to the deck list. Yeah, so this is a take on something that already kind of exists. Smokerless right here, of course, they're going to be playing Smoker. They're going to be playing Hody Jones. They're going to be playing the Sanjis. A lot of them in and out with the Monkey D-Dragon, sometimes 4, sometimes 2. Tony Chopper, probably the biggest payoff for this deck right here, because this can be a 7k blocker on your opponent's turn.
Biggest payoff of the 4-drop?
Well, I mean, you also have abilities with the Uses Kid locks, where you're playing your Captain Kid with Shigi.
I said Captain Mid.
Oh, Captain Mid. And leaving up the extra Dawn, because you, basically with Smoker, on play, when you get this thing out, you instantaneously get to activate this leader ability. So this leader ability says if you have a 7k power out there, you can restand 2 Dawn. And then, of course, this one restands 1. So, given the Smoker combat, you're getting essentially access to 13 Dawn in your 10 Dawn turn. Access to doesn't mean you have 13. Like, just access to when played appropriately.
I also just realized that Divine Departure probably KOs 8k power because that means it can kill the kid.
Yep. It's dead on. That's exactly why it does that. It's specifically for this, which is why we're seeing a lot more Divine Departure in a lot of red decks. Is because not just Smoker, not just because Smoker's playing the Uses combo, but so is Bonnie is playing.
Bonnie's always been playing it,
and it's been seen a lot more relevant and prevalent play. If you're up in the Nova region, it's Northern Virginia for those not familiar with the Virginia lingo.
No, you're going to a star exploding. That's what he's talking about.
But up in Northern Virginia, there's actually quite a few Bonnie players. I get a lot of reports back from people saying that, man, Bonnie is everywhere out here, including Virginia Beach, which would technically be the eastern side of Virginia.
I don't know. I wasn't able to go to the regional.
Sorry. But yeah, a lot of that is being played now, and I think a good answer to that, if you are a red player, would be to the Divine Departure. Because while it doesn't automatically guarantee you remove Useless Kid, because the Shigi and Rosinante do protect it.
The Rosinante you're not playing?
But this one, I had to take out the Rosinante for access to the Baccarat and the Shiraya.
I mean, I feel like Rosinante is just better.
Could be. But this deck list actually was able to take down a lot of that heavy Gurple and blue-purple Luffy. So, the Gurples and
neither
Gurples.
decks that are
currently in the meta. Yeah. I wanted to give it a shot. I wanted to see what this thing looked like, to see if it was like too soon, and I might be right. It is too soon. We don't know. We're going to find out after this matchup to see how this lines up here. I don't know personally, if I was to say in this matchup, we've played this on screen. I don't think I've taken a single game against you with the Smoker deck yet. In any variant, I don't think I've taken a game against you on this one yet. So we'll find out. I still like the
more
deck.
of a you problem than the deck itself,
Could be.
because Marcus has taken games against me playing Smoker.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yo,
But-
like actually the first games that we played with 10 legal on the Win-a-Box tournament.
Oh, that's
he
right.
Actually,
was
we
me.
did take a game again.
That was in the very beginning when you hadn't gotten everything you needed and you hadn't fine-tuned your deck though.
And I was also, yeah.
You were still trying to build that law deck. That was the only time that I was able to take that on from you. Was in the very beginning, and I think I took leeway with it because Smoker was an easy build. Red in the new meta, always easy to go into.
The thing with red is it is the most lobotomy friendly color in the game,
Right?
because it's just go big, go fast. Although honestly, it feels like purple almost has more rush than red does nowadays.
It has some significantly good rush too, with the resting on top of the rust. So I mean, it's got like a mini Hody Jones, but without the life cost. And Big Mark wants to tell everybody, warning, he had no clue. He's right. I did kind of just throw him in on the screen with this. It's like, hey, you're gonna play this deck because I want to see it on screen and I want to take advantage of my opportunity to cover these
Again,
games.
it's all about the content with this man.
Right?
He'll do anything. He'll throw you under any amount of buses just to get a smidge of content. He loves throwing you under that bussy.
Big Mark's gonna be terrified of me next time he sees me. All right, so I'm not gonna actually talk to this one at all. This is your list, bud. Tell me what's going on.
It's Usopp.
Insightful.
I'm gonna keep it short because I don't want to give too much away for the regionals.
Oh, okay.
But I'll explain like variously what the deck is. I'm not gonna go into like my tech picks or anything or my ratios because, but like just the general game plan of Usopp. You need to see stage. That card allows if you have a Dressrosa leader, it allows your Dressrosa characters to attack other characters on the turn it's played. And
Give it a pseudo rush.
And as well, certain cards need to tap either a leader or stage. Usually you want to tap stage.
Bless you.
You can afford to play like some chump blockers like the Adeo, because on like after they get KO'd, you basically just get to draw off of Usopp, so it blanks an attack and draws you a card, which is really strong. Better than anything Kobe can do.
Fair.
And then you have the Rebecca, which plays out as 7 cost and a 4 cost or lower and a 4 cost or lower, and draws you a card, which is really strong. Allows you to swarm the board, and other than that, it's just you have the Cavendish, which on attack draws you cards. So like you get to cycle through so much of your deck, and just like the deck struggles against certain things that can go under it. So if you play a lot of things that like swarm really small, the deck can kind of struggle. But other than that, like even though this is more mid-rangey type of deck, with things like access to Red Rock, you can easily deal with top end. So I don't advise playing top end into this deck. And that's all I have to say.
Alrighty. I like it. I do like this one copy of Charlotte Pudding, though. Keep them guessing. Keep them on edge.
I mean, you only need one. You draw through so much of your deck.
Fair enough. Alrighty, we're going to get into round 3 here. And to start things off, it looks like Big Mark is going to open up a pack for us.
I was waiting shuffling for quite a while, so...
We're going to see... Man, yeah, you were. Okay, hey, we got a pack opening. Here we go. So you bought half a box here?
Yep.
Interesting.
And he was going on about like how much he was not going to get any value off of this box.
Oh, you never know. I mean, this is a really good set. This set had a lot of great hits in it.
Is so good.
Sanji was a great hit already to start off. I mean, they got utility for the Shanks decks, the Buggy decks, the Blackbeard decks.
All the decks that were in this set.
All of them actually see play across the board.
Yeah, pretty much every deck in this, every leader in this is good.
Which is a little bit different. I mean, like in the newest set, what would you say for the newest set? No, we 10 had the big hits here.
What do you mean?
The leaders from the new set like had the biggest hit in impact to the format.
In 10? Probably Smoker and Usopp.
Big Mark says, my luck
maybe Piss Kid.
Blew before this box. Well, I mean, when it comes to, like, I had a friend of mine contact me. He's like, hey, these tins aren't hitting for me. I bought a bunch of these and only got 2 hits. And I'm like,
well, those are loose packs. Those aren't going to guarantee you get hits.
Right. But I've always been in the thing where it's like I can barely afford very many of them. So I'll get like 2 or 3. And if I get a hit out of 2 or 3, I feel like my luck's pretty good.
Yeah, like if you're getting the 10s,
Yo,
there's an altered audio.
audio.
Not bad. Like, usually you play like 1 or 2 of those in the limb deck.
Mm-hmm. Which is a very powerful deck, by the way. It already topped one of the major regionals out here, so...
Yeah,
we were telling people in OP09 to save up on this stuff because I guaranteed it was going to be good in 10. And I think it's a very strong deck that might still be good into the new meta. I think it gets... maybe not. I think someone was telling me Lim gets steamrolled by Gerbil.
I can see that. I can definitely see that.
3 packs left here. Nice pulls indeed, Lonely Dubot. I like this. I mean, that
he was still being super down about his pulls with the audio alt.
I mean, getting 1 hit out of like less than half of a box. It's.
And I believe we
good.
already knew 1 hit was gone.
Mm-hmm.
Because I believe.
Yo, SP
well,
Boa.
There's a $250 card.
Okay, that's just 2 of those boxes. SP Boa. Yo. Boom goes the dynamite. That is a hit and a half. Careful with the card. What are you doing, bro?
Putting it in a sleeve, of course.
You gotta be gentle. You gotta touch the edges of this stuff. That could be a gem mint 10.
No, you need to get all up in it. I mean, look at Boa.
Wow, that is a hit. Out of a box, a half a box, and you end up getting 2 hits. And another item. Okay.
I mean, we only knew 1 hit was gone from the box.
All right. So, I mean, you didn't know if it was going to be a 2 or 3 hit box, but you ended up getting 2. Congrats.
Yeah, I was guaranteed at least 1 hit.
Yeah, big Merc, big hit. Love it. Congrats, man.
Then you had to go away to...
Showcase how awesome this deck was. I loved
deck?
it.
No, pulls. The deck isn't awesome.
I love this deck. 8, so... Did you tell him what I do? 1 alt and 1 secret.
I said usually...
Oh, wait a minute. That can't be possible. 4 hit boxes are factory mistakes.
Oh, was it?
Was it a 4 hit box? Is this one of those elusive 4 hit boxes that we keep talking about?
So I told Merc that it was best to go second because that's usually what I see people do with Smoker.
Okay, good. I was just curious if you were... I didn't have time to inform him on this matchup here. A 4 hit box. A 4 hit box. Interesting. No wonder he was so down and out. Because he's like, the 2 hits already out here. And then pulls the secret.
I didn't realize that the secret had already been pulled. No, I thought it was only a secret that had been pulled from that.
Wolf pulled secret Luffy and alt.
No, Wolf pulled an alt from a different box. He pulled the alt Perona from a different box.
Okay, so this is just a 3 hit box.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Easy mistake to make.
Yeah, because there was a previous box that had loose packs.
He's doubling down. He's convinced.
I could be wrong, but I also feel like it's more... I don't remember.
Chainlow, can we get some interpretation here to help us out with this box here to see if we have that elusive 4 hit box that is often just a factory mistake? If not, it's okay. Could use your help, Chainlow. I was standing next to him, bought the other packs. All right, so he watched them get open. This is physical eyes on the 4 hit elusive box here.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Big Merc. Big pulls. Let's see if he can make some big draws from this Smoker versus Usopp. I love that neither of us have the alt yet, but these are the decks that we like the most.
I mean, Usopp is just really good.
What is the difference? I know that you said Smoker was most expensive. What's the difference between yours and mine?
A couple dollars.
Just a couple? Okay.
Yeah, no, they're pretty close in price because these are the 2 best decks from the set.
Ah.
Or best leaders, at least.
So Piss Kid didn't get a lot of love. Ooh, okay. Wrestling leader here, turn 1 from the Leo effect. Like that. Big Mark says he came from a fresh box. That's why I bought the rest looking for Teach Leader alt. Oh. Well, I already traded my Teach Leader alt, so I would have loved to help you out there.
You traded that thing like the second you pulled it.
No, it actually took me a while. I traded it to, what was it? Brandon. after a while because it sat in my binder for so long he forgot about the trade. He gave me the cards before I got the trade. He's like, don't worry, I know where you live. And I was like, yeah, you do. I completely, like, it was sitting in my binder for so long. I was like, oh, yeah, here you go. Here it is.
Surprised with how many packs Brandon opened that he didn't already have one.
Honestly, out of all those things, no, but he's gotten a bunch of wanteds. So I'm super jealous of that. Guy's seen more wanteds than I've been able to ever open in my life. Ooh,
the only one I opened was from the packs he sniped from you.
Mm-hmm.
He gave me one pack, and I'm like, if it has something good in it, can I keep it? And he's like, no. I believe it's that wanted Shanks specifically.
Yeah, baby. I love this card. I keep this here as a symbol. It's like my favorite wanted poster Shanks here.
Your favorite one of the only wanted poster Shanks?
Oh, I mean, it's just out of arts for my favorite of the alt arts that you can get from is what I should have said. But thank you.
And personally, I think the base alt for Shanks looks better. I think that has some really great illustration on it.
All right, looks like he's going to take the hit. 7. Looks like he's looking for a trigger. Not too many triggers in this deck. But decides not to use it. 4 Dawn turn.
He could have also just been reading the cards because he'd never played this deck before.
That's true. It's very true. Yeah, it looks like it is one of the few triggers I have in here. The Igloo.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm. So, reading. You know what this is? Is like I'm giving Big Merc the treatment that I got from what was that? I think from you when you gave me Garp. You're like,
oh yeah,
play Garp, and I'm just like, yeah, this does that, and it doesn't work that way. Okay, I'm gonna.
To be fair, Garp is a very weird deck.
I haven't seen any of those cards. This one is a lot more straightforward, but I think you'd have to have been studied up on the OP10 list like I did. Ooh, starting off the Nami. Did you get the search right off the bat? He's got the Open Dawn. Did you tell him to search?
I told him in the effect, and then he realized he had to tap a Dawn for it, and he didn't want to.
Okay. Sanji. Okay, just as good.
And now I believe I tell him that he can put a Dawn under the Sanji to resand too. Because it'll be at 7 and he can use leading. Yeah.
That is one of the really cool, powerful plays from here. So one of the things on his turn, Sanji is a 6k. So by attaching that single Dawn, gets a 7k and is able to activate lead ability to restand 2 to get some early ramp-esque or just some, reusable Dawn here.
Yeah.
All right. Simple 5k and a take. Please don't tell me he leaves open 2 for Igloo this early. Oh, you don't need Igloo this early. Does he have anything for it?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, here comes 6. Is he going to Igloo? I think he's going to Igloo. Nope, just gets a 2k. See, that would have been my play, personally. Got a 7k to force you on here. Oh, so you're going to tap this? Or, no, pop it. Okay. That's right, Zoro pops.
Look at you knowing what non-red cards do.
Well, I've had this thing beat me in the face a couple times on live and stream, so eventually you learn. You can only be slapped so many times.
Do you? Do you specifically learn?
Yes. Indeed I do. Thanks. Alright, 6 Dawn turn. We're going to see what he comes out with. It looks like he's got the Smoker play. So here comes Smoker. Instantly able to restand 2. And an additional one with that Smoker.
Yep.
So you told him the sequencing, right?
Yeah. Although the text on that Smoker only says characters can't restand Dawn, so I don't know how this works. But I know you do have to use leader effect. I don't know the specific ruling why.
I think to make things a little more up forward. So he's fearful the Roro Zoro? Was that was?
I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a few days.
It's been so long. All right, Baccarat. Gonna get a nice little activation. Once per turn, you can turn any card in your hand into a 2k counter. And 1 Open Dawn for a Virgo? Or just a 6 attack? 6 attack. Seems good. And there's 2k. Back to Porter.
Oh, he was asking what the Zora did.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, He didn't read it after you popped it?
Eh.
He just trusts you. He just trusts you.
I mean, it's a pretty simple card. Unplay, tap a leader or stage to KO a character, mill 2. KO 4 last, kill mill 2. And here we see Rebecca, draw a card, and then I get to play out 2 cards. Bounce Man plus Zoro. Zoro is going to tap stage, pop the Baccarat, mill 2.
Thing just handles his defensive blockers so easily.
Maybe play a blocker that costs more than 4.
Like Rayleigh? No. Rayleigh's alright, but I don't... Yeah, I could Rayleigh in this situation. I was going to say, most of the time, people don't give me a board state to make Rayleigh worth it.
Last turn, no, you couldn't have. The only character I would have had... I played 3 characters this turn.
Yeah.
Here, I'm just swinging.
6. Gets 2K from Tony Chopper.
Okay, now I'm passing. So I don't have any blockers up, which isn't ideal, but...
You also only have to worry about 2 attacks.
Yeah, but one of them has Vanish.
Yeah, and Hody Jones, if he's going to see it. Although Hody's going to be a little risky here, because he's going to take an extra life. Yeah. Putting himself down to 1 life
with
at that
board
state.
on this board state? Yeah, no.
Yeah. I don't think I would go for the Hody Jones play in this situation. If I had the option, this would be the turn that I would try to use this kid. But I don't
think
I
we
can't.
see it.
I know, yeah. I don't see it in his hand.
We
I
did,
guess
even
Tashigi.
it's still pretty easy to out the kid for me here.
So, still has access to the additional 3 Dawn. Here's Tashigi. That's a free play. Could literally activate leader right now. And go back. Here's 3 back for Nami. Gonna rest. 1. Search the top 3. And get a film. He got a hit. Got a Baccarat. And can get that Baccarat into play immediately. Yep. Because he can use leader ability if he wants to use that. Or if he has another Tony Chopper, although he's been using those for counter this whole time. So, restanding 2 with leader ability, using Smoker effect to restand 1, going back up to 4 Dawn. Grabbing dice for something.
Probably just to mark that he's used leader and Smoker.
Oh, okay. Nice. Good on you, Big Mark. I appreciate that. Here comes the 4 Dawn for Tony Chopper blocker.
Looks like we got a Shariah.
Sure. Okay.
I think he was like agonizing over playing the Shariah or the Baccarat.
I think in this situation I would Baccarat because there's not... Usopp doesn't have the added benefit to why people are playing it in Japan right now. Alright, gonna go in for an 8K banish. Imagine this is life. Yep, and you're gonna have to take. A little nerve-wracking there. Big Mark says, I do that with starter deck 21 Luffy too. I'll put the marker on there to remember to use it.
Okay, yeah.
Smart.
Makes sense.
I appreciate it. It's one of the things that I need to get that 3D printer up. I need an STL first. I have the 3D printer ready. But I really want to get leader effect tokens that we can put on the table so people can put leader effect and then say we activated it. I just need the STLs.
Yeah, it looks like we decided to go with the Shariah.
Mm-hmm.
And I countered out of that.
Yeah, but now facing down this really devastating board state with just one blocker and a lot of great attackers from your side here. Did you count your yard? Do you have a second swing from this?
I probably do. I've milled like twice off of Zoro, so I've got at least 4, and I've also countered a couple. I definitely have enough.
Okay.
Yeah, with the discard off of Leo, countered at least twice.
Hey, bless
4
you.
off of Zoro. Yeah, I definitely have at least 7. Here I'm just going for game, it looks like.
Oh, I mean, if he takes this hit, that's an easy tell. Yeah, 7K. Here comes another 7. Is he willing to discard the 3K this turn? Looking at the math. Not looking like he wants to. Alright, gonna get a block. Copy a leader. Okay,
yeah, he thought he copied it.
What?
I think he thought he copied power.
Ah, okay. Oh, okay. So he thought it was a better choice because he could have copied the. Okay.
Bounce Man.
Bounce Man.
Bundleman.
Now, so Shariah basically, this use is going to see a lot more play when we get into Gurple and Gurple and Blurple.
Right.
Luffy.
It also does count like leaders that have Dawn under them
Mm-hmm.
if you're using it as a blocker, but I didn't put any Dawn because it's telegraphed.
Yeah. So it's just really decent counter to the leader effects or leader
Basically
attacks.
means that you only need a 1k to counter out of it with leader swing.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's not fantastic.
Right. 5K. Oh man, that's gotta be a tell. Bounce Man. This is. Just throwing his hand. He's like, just attack me, bro.
He only had 2k counter in hand, it looks like, from there,
Yeah.
so he couldn't even counter out of the first one.
Yep. So Big Merc, the winner there.
No.
No. No. I clearly won that one, says Porter.
I mean, I know you want to give your deck some clout, but after that performance,
Yeah.
Big Merc also here was like, okay, he actually thinks that going first is better for this build.
I can see why. Because Smoker does put you at that 5 Dawn, right?
Yeah.
So you get the Smoker on, if you can get the Smoker on curve, you get an additional 3 that turn. And you want it in that early aggression.
Jozu'd and it gets back to your hand.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Foreshadowing is a literary device.
This is casting! No one's reading the text. Unless you're reading the text on the top of the screen, where you guys should be hitting exclamation point join for one of those 2 free packs that we're going to give away at the end of the stream. That's why it's there, everyone. Free pack giveaway at the end of this game.
Can't beat free.
Right?
Unless we start paying you people to take these packs from us.
Oh my god. Can you imagine? I'm going to pay people on top of giving away free packs. Just take it, take it, take it.
Getting rid of Con Gun because I don't see much use in it here.
Mm-hmm. Getting stage. Nice opening turn for you.
Yeah,
But
Leo
being
on
able
the
to use
stage.
both your Dawn for...
And off of the Leo, did you see that I hit 2 other stage?
Mhm.
Knowing those are in the bottom of the deck is good because it means I'm not going to draw them.
Yeah.
Because after the first stage, like, they're good discard fodder, but not much else.
Mm. Ooh, he's going to play with my new Sanji. Oh, thinking about it. I was so happy to trade for this one. Thank you, Vera, for this card. I really appreciate you.
What if we're looking for Sanji's?
Mm-hmm.
So greedy to take it from him.
I traded for it.
Okay, fair enough.
I traded he wanted the Altar Trafalgar Law Secret Rare.
Okay.
So, I wanted this. He wanted that. It was a fair trade. I didn't look at the values. He just said, here you go. So, all right. I love this. It's great art. And I'm trying to blend this thing out as best I can. Still working on the Altar Leader, obviously. Who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky with some of the tins that are at the store.
And isn't there also another wave of boxes? So-
Yes, there are. Yeah, we do have some boxes down there. So I don't think I'm going to be able to afford much. I might be able to get a box and a couple of tins. So
It's probably more than I'm going to be able to get. So.
Want to help me open them? Oh, why do you
Sure.
keep killing my Sanjis?
Because I can. It's Zoro versus Sanji. You think Zoro wouldn't kill Sanji?
No, I don't think he would kill him. I think he would hurt him. But I don't think he would kill him. And not Nami's body.
Sanji's the one that doesn't hit women. Not Zoro.
Fair. Actually, extremely fair, because to not hit a woman like that would go against his code of ethics because he believed that
Right.
Tashigi is...
Kuina. Kuina was his childhood rival.
Mhm.
Toshiki's the one that looks like Kuina.
like identically.
In pre-time skip, yes. Post-time skip, not as much.
Sure, there is a little bit of difference. Yeah. But then again, a lot of them went in some glow-ups, if you will, in the post-time skip here. Yeah. I actually appreciate that. I wanted to allude to some potential lore as a theory crafting. It is not.
No,
actual
everyone
fact.
knows Kuina is Mihawk. That is a real theory that exists, by the way.
What? Queen is Mihawk.
Yeah, because so the theory basically goes like, and the fact that like But the fact that we see Mihawk at Roger's execution basically debunks this theory.
Exactly.
But the theory was that because the Revolutionary Army and Ivankov were in Shimotsuki Village, that Ivankov changed Queena's gender and Queena grew up to be Mihawk.
What a theory! Man, they'll come up with anything nowadays. Holy crap.
I think this is an older theory.
Is it? Gee, bus. Alright, so we got a nice little Rebecca Mill, and what'd you pull out of that?
There were... The one thing I could, Frankie.
The Frankie? Okay.
Because my options were Frankie or Frankie.
Alright, well that's
and I chose Frankie.
I'm proud of you.
Super! I will say with the anime back, it is really weird adjusting to Frankie's new voice actor.
I know. I didn't want to say anything because I want to give him respect and give him time, but it...
I mean, it's hard because like
you.
Frankie's old voice actor, Frankie was written specifically for that voice actor, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, Kazuki Yao was pretty much typecast to be... Or Frankie was typecast as Kazuki Yao because Kazuki Yao had done other roles in One Piece before. He did Bon Clay, he did Django, and Oda liked his performances so much, he's like, I want to make this man a Straw Hat, so I'm going to give him a character that would be perfect for him to play, and that was Frankie. So the fact that, like, Frankie, who was specifically designed for his old voice actor, now as a new voice actor, it is really weird to, like, hear, but I hope I get used to it.
Same. I want to give him respect, because the other guy did seem like he was going to put in the work for it, and he's doing his best.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to replace people. Like, you got people that have defined a certain role. It's very difficult.
Yeah, no, and that's also going to be something weird with the Wit Studio remake, because they're probably going to hire new voice actors for that.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, that makes sense. So it's going to be weird, like, after hearing these actors play these characters for so long, you have a voice in your head for these characters.
Yeah.
Having to hear different voices is probably going to throw people off.
Absolutely. I felt the same way about, like, Joker when Mark
Hamill?
Yeah, Mark Hamill ended up having to quit. They did a different Joker voice.
Mark Hamill quit playing Joker?
Yeah, he said it couldn't do it for his voice. So they've had other people doing some animated movies. And it's just been weird to hear a different Joker, because he's nailed it.
Yeah, I know. I know Mark Hamill was the animated Joker. Weird to think that, like, Joker and Luke Skywalker are done by the same person. That is kind of weird to think about. Like, very opposing characters, but that just goes to show that Mark Hamill has a lot of range. So here on Leader Effect and then Frankie.
Yep, he used that little blocker because you have less than 4 cards in your hand.
And playing another...
blocker from...
Yeah, it does come in rested, meaning that if he wants to swing into it, but then that's basically the blocker doing its job anyhow.
Right? It's a pseudo block, man. I love pseudo blocks. As a 2020 Chopper player, I love that stuff. Yeah, there's a pseudo block.
Until you told everyone not to do that. Hey, by the way, don't do the thing that benefits me. You are so good at card games, man. Have I ever told you that?
Well, what do you think, dude? I'm literally trying to get to sell people strategies and how to play the card game, because it's essentially what Humber Pie is trying to do, right? I want people to learn how to play these, learn the matchups, figure out the maths out there in this similar situation. They can come with their best foot forward, right?
Yeah, unlike me, who in the profile literally lied about Usopp. I'm not going to tell you what I lied about, but I did lie about something.
Okay.
It's strategic for...
Yeah, it's regionals. I get it.
Yeah, like, there is actually, like, stuff on the line for this one, so... sorry, but not sorry. And here I'm bouncing the Smoker back so that he has to pay the 5 Dawn for it again, and he doesn't get the banish for another turn. Just really solid tempo play there.
Yep, and I use the leader ability to have the pseudo rush here attacking.
Not leader, stage.
Stage. Sorry,
that's the one thing Kobe has over Usopp is...
it's a leader ability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to draw stage. But the color combo in Usopp makes up for it.
Right.
Like having colors that actually synergize with each other. You don't get as good of the synergy as you used to with Usopp as you did with Sakazuki, but it's still very strong. Like, I still think Sakazuki would be a really strong deck even if it got unbanned. Like, even without Ice Age or Gecko.
I can see that. Alright, 6 game coming to life here. See if we get a 2K counter on a hand here. Or maybe the Baccarat. Or just use Baccarat's ability to take life. Okay. Taking life is always an option. Nice little Sanji from life. Carrot's on here, probably going to lock down that Kyros here?
Can't.
Why not? Oh, so
Leader effect. Leader effect gives all my characters +1 cost.
oh, that's right.
But we can get rid of the Cavendish, so I'm not going to get the draws.
Okay. So here, setting up the wall. Not. I think he has the other pieces. that he needs.
Fantastic Pink Floyd album, by the way.
Yo, right. All we are is another brick in the wall.
That's not the lyrics. Oh no, it's just another brick in the wall.
It's been a while. Good song. Forget about the red cards effect, honestly. Forgot it. Oh, okay. All right. He forgot about Baccarat's ability, is
Yeah.
what he's saying.
Okay, tapping to play Sanji.
Mm-hmm.
Probably should be playing Tashigi here, but maybe he wants to retain the 2K.
Activate 2.
Yep, leader restand 2.
Maybe attach 1 Dawn to set it up.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely attaching a die. It's just sequencing at this point.
Mm-hmm. There you go. And going 7 into for board cleanup here.
I don't know. I don't remember. You think I was playing in this game?
Your name's just there for posterity purposes. 7 going to board. Gonna try and take care of that Zoro. And
Okay.
decent tell that. Well, I mean, you got a good board state here, so it's not that much of a tell.
Also, I get a draw.
But he's also going to be going for other board parts here.
I know.
So
But I'm going to take the free draw while I can.
Mhm.
It's basically a vanilla at this point. It's already done what it's supposed to do.
fair enough. Carrot left here, trying to lock down that Cavendish.
Yep.
Not strong enough to run into the Kyros, though.
Yeah, because of leader effect.
Hmm.
Another really underrated part of Usopp is being able to give. So,
Oh, he does have enough to attack Kyros.
no, I believe I'm explaining this to him. Either that or I forgot about leader effect. Because Carrot can freeze 7 cost or less, I believe.
Mm.
It is still a very good card.
Oh, I love that card. I think it's extremely underrated in this format. Like, just being able to freeze
Okay,
down
yeah,
an
no, we
attacker.
both forgot. Or I forgot it, anyhow. Okay, loading up the Cavendish.
That's 10. Going for board here? Oh, you gotta go.
Well, yeah,
you
of
have
course. No, I'm cheating, of course.
Let's just tell Big Bird. So 10, all he needs to do is turn one of those cards into 2K, and then he can 1K counter.
Again,
this.
he said in chat, though, that he forgot about that.
Yeah.
Or he could just block.
That is an option as well.
He did remember.
Okay. Here's 2 and 1.
Okay.
So now still has the ability to block out. I prefer this method because you still want to use Baccarat as a blocker afterwards, just in case.
Playing another Cavendish. Now swinging 8, but I get to cycle more.
Mm-hmm. And that's one, unless I think he has a counter in hand. I think he's got.
He does, he has the Tashigi.
Yeah, it's 2K.
But that's his last card in hand.
Fair.
So he has to choose between his blocker and his hand or the kid.
Choose his hand. I want to keep the kid around, personally. It's one of the ways I can stay in this game, especially with a board state like yours. I need you wasting a lot of your Dawn and attacking energy on trying to get rid of Usa's kid. So,
We just saw that I drew a red rock.
did we?
Yeah, I mean, Merc doesn't know that, but I did off that second Cavendish draw a red rock.
Nice.
So that kid is not long for this world.
Mm-hmm. Unless we get a defense card, which we did not. Got a Baccarat. Which might be a more of an excuse to go into the Rosinante build version for this meta.
Yeah, another card to actually insulate your kid.
Mhm.
Although that wouldn't do anything against red rock.
Just the Shigis, yeah.
She is one crazy card, though.
Maybe that might have been the line there, was use the Baccarat as a blocker for that attack, and then play the Tashigi this turn to protect it and kind of insulate it.
Just giving me these free draws. Hasn't been able to go live because he's been so focused on clearing board, but every time he goes board, the fact that I can recoup that loss pretty easily.
You can recruit once. If he can go 3 hits in the board, which is what you want to do. So essentially, if you're going to go for board, make sure you can get multiple targets off the board. Just make sure you don't benefit too much from that draw.
Yeah. Honestly, in Usopp, sometimes it's better to just hyper-focus face.
In the early games especially. Get that pressure on in the early game.
Yeah.
So he's going to try to lock down.
That also puts them at potentially too many cards in hand, too.
Wow. 3 cards on a hand to protect that Cavendish here. 6K coming into the Cavendish. Do we defend it now?
Probably. Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Well,
Rebecca
because one of them's frozen.
And we still have a leader attack left. Imagine
But that can't get the Cavendish.
No, we can go live. He's been whittling down your resources in hand here, so trying to set up for
Oh no, another resource in hand then.
I mean, he's got to get those cards out of your hand. He's got to.
And he decided not to.
He goes for starve. Okay. I mean, if you're going to win this game, you're going to have to get the life down.
I don't know. Starving could work out for him.
We'll see.
I'm just lying again.
And I get it. You get a draw. I don't know. Ooh, Red Rock. Here we go.
Like I said, yeah, bye-bye. Bottom of deck. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. I accept that Merc did because he pulled that boa.
250 indeed. All right, Cavendish going to come in here, filter out.
Yep, such a crazy card. Being able to do this every single turn. Cavendish is one of the craziest cards in this deck because it makes me see my entire deck.
Yeah. Which I think it's great that you have that Luffy to make sure that you don't deck yourself out.
Oh, that's a must.
5K. Gonna load up the Rebecca, so Rebecca finally gonna get an attack in here. And that's gonna have to take, because I know Big Merc has nothing left in hand. Okay, trigger. This one giving his leader plus 1K for the turn?
Yep.
Okay.
And again, I'm saying you have no cards in hand.
Yeah. I think I would have kept it for the Baccarat discard. And not the...
Yeah, that would have technically been more value. So it took, and now I play a blocker.
Okay.
These chump blockers are so crazy in Usopp. Because it is basically just, I blank an attack and draw a card.
Alright. This time would be great for Hody Jones. No life here? I mean, I'm thinking of cards that he could possibly have that might be worth anything.
Not Hody.
Yeah. 3, just going to allow him to look at the top 3. Hope he hits some film card. Hody is not film, sadly. Nope, that is a whiff. Sanji and 2020 Chopper.
Old whifferoni.
So, Sag Face, Nami not going to be able to hit anything. I think Big Merc's feeling pretty defeated at this point.
I mean, he's about to be defeated.
At 0 life here, he's got to go board and try to lock it down. And I don't know what the last card in hand is. It looks like we're about to see it. What's going on here?
I don't know. Oh, it's Vera looking through his list.
Oh, okay. Wondering what outs he could have or something? Or how many
Yeah.
hits, or... Yeah. Okay, so 8K swing here. Set up the Sanji play. 8 into one of the Cavendishes, I assume. And probably going to get a block. Nope.
And at this point, I don't care.
Yeah. You know what the math is for the final hit here. So, 1 card in hand. You only need 2 swings. And all right. Activate and lead ability. Restand 2. To give him up to 8 dawn. No, 6 dawn here.
Yep. He's at 6 dawn.
Thank you for the ASMR. How much dawn he has.
I'm invincible.
Garrett gonna come in for 8. Magic gonna go board. Maybe the other Cavendish, and probably will draw out that blocker this time. Because you do want to have some attackers. No, going for Becca. Interesting.
Yeah, going for Rebecca, realizing he doesn't need to put as much dawn under it. He doesn't need to put as much dawn under it. I don't know what I'm I'm doing anymore.
I'm delirious. We're almost done, guys. We're almost done. We got pack giveaways as soon as this thing concludes.
Tap exclamation point join for the chance to win one of 2 free OP7 packs. International shipping for only for cards worth over $20 or more because customs sucks.
Truthfully, it does. I hate customs so much. I thought working for the government was a pain. No, work for customs.
Well, customs is the government.
And the customs that I have to deal with is a post. I guess, yeah.
Yeah, the post office is the government. You're a Fed. You should know this.
It's a loose one. Midnight just going to wrap herself in with the ASMR here. All right, 7, 6 going live here.
Play the I'm Invincible.
No. Especially not now, because the volume's all the way turned up. Nope. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I will mess with your game.
Rebecca, gonna get 2 more bodies out. You should. All right, here's Bounce Man. That can only.
Well, the Bounce Man trades for the blockers.
Okay.
Because it can attack active characters.
Right.
What a good card.
So you can take out the. Oh, he's got 2 blockers.
Yeah,
So-
I can take out both.
With Bounce Man?
Yeah.
To restand, that's right.
Yeah,
So-
I'm playing good cards.
So Bounce Man going to be able to use Stage's ability to attack active characters. No, Bounce Man.
Bounce Man can
bounce
attack active characters. Stage lets it attack characters the turn it's played.
Yeah, the combination's insane.
It's one of the most broken cards of all time. And just never had like a super strong home because now we have a leader that can attack with Dressrosa. Because before that, Coliseum was basically a crutch for Rebecca.
And 8 Dawn.
Swing with
The blocker.
just for the disrespect. Because I know we
Wow.
have no cards in hand.
BMing at the end here. All right, that's going to do it. Congratulations, Porter.
Congratulations, Porter.
Taking it down with Usopp yet again on camera. Can't wait to see how this thing goes, especially when we get up to the regionals. Guys, stay tuned. Next Tuesday, we're going to be kicking off the actual newest season. But that means Saturday, we're going to have just a little fun, our last fun match. So Monday, last little bit before we get into Championship Series 4. Stay tuned. And if you haven't yet, please vote on the Discord. Determine whether you guys want to play best 2 out of 3 or best of 1.
I think last time I checked, best of 1 was winning.
I think it was ahead by like 6 points. So just get out there.
That'll probably be best of 1, meaning I am going to become more of a content slave so he can have his games.
Yep, we'll still have the same amount of
I'm
content.
sacrificing this
Just get
for
more and
you
more
all.
best of 1s. All right, checking the board. I think everything is good to go. All right, everybody, let's get into the wheel. Spin off. Oh, this is a healthy wheel. Let's spin it. We've got 2 packs to give away. Let's find out who's going to be taking
Give
away.
away?
2 packs giveaway, baby.
Until J Wizzle Puzzle wins and we give away
And then we
a
get 3 pack, yeah, because we got to play the J Wizzle pack tax. Ooh.
It's the mole!
It's the mole! Congratulations, it's the mole. No hit. Porter, blink twice if you need help. Doesn't want to admit it. We all need some help back here. All right, no red back. No hits from this box yet. Come on, Isabel. Be our first hit. Be our first of many, many hits from this box. Let's go. Vega Force. Edward Weevil. Windspunk Reiju. Edison. York. Iron Body. Aladdin. Gloriosa. Big Bun. No leader pack. Why so many leader packs? Boa.
You got the leader pack box. I don't know what to
I
tell
know,
you.
right?
It doesn't have any hits. It just has leader packs.
Marguerite and Baccarat. Yeah, appropriate.
Guard we
Yeah.
saw and didn't do much of anything.
Yeah, not for this meta. I think it's gonna. It's definitely gonna showcase its power in the next meta. I can definitely see why it did so well in one of the treasure cups overseas. Against a meta that doesn't even exist yet. And I was glad to see it on camera. I just saw it, so I want to try it out. Had the cards, make it work. All right, you can open up this one.
But you didn't have the cards. You had to ask around for that Nami.
Fair. And Nami, by the way, wasn't even on the list from that one. So the list that they
I
had,
told him to play Nami.
I thought it was like a nice little searcher over some of the other cards they had in there.
He was like, "Is there a film searcher?" And I'm like, "There's the Nami and there's the Luffy."
And
It's that easy, folks.
it's that
It's
easy.
been so long since I've won one of these, and it's a pack that I've opened the most of.
So just like that, I give you the pack to hand over, and you right there.
That easy.
He's blinking like crazy. I need some help. All right, congratulations, Porter. Don't forget, I always allow my casters to get on here. I don't pay these guys yet. I don't make enough money to even pay myself. So this is my only form of being able to pay these guys. So please, go ahead. Redback?
No.
No.
Be too good if it was.
What leader do you want from this set?
I don't really play any of the leaders from 7, so...
Okay.
I mean, I would like to build Boa at some point, so...
All right.
Well, we'll see if I got paid, if I have been fairly compensated.
Right? Let's see it.
We have Jinbei, Buckin, Blue Jam, this guy, Island of Women,
Okay. Lots of words.
Foxy,
Mm.
Pickles, Dofi.
Is that another leader pack? Is that another leader pack? Why so many leader
I
packs?
said I wanted a Boa. I already have 1 million in the base rarity, though.
Why are there so many leader packs?
Just put these in the community box. I don't need
Okay.
any of
Oh,
these.
yeah, I'm so sorry.
I have opened so much 7.
All right. Well, there you go. No hit yet. No hit yet. That means, what do we have
I got
left?
scammed.
Hey, you picked these, by the way. Just FYI, I
know.
have you on camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14.
Almost have to
So-
watch for that hit.
Yep. 14 packs left.
And there were some good
1 and
hits
7.
because, like, you could get the 10 drop ace, you could get alt arts, you
Yeah.
could get a Jinbei.
Get a Tony Chopper.
That's not a hit.
That is a hit in my soul. I will take it all day. Alrighty, guys. I'm
You're
gonna
not
see.
the ones taking these.
Let's see who else is live. See who we're gonna raid here. I appreciate you guys joining us tonight. I had a good time. I hope you guys did too. This is definitely one of the ones that I was a little crying tears emoji with a lot of the laughs we had tonight. I hope you guys did too. 'Cause it was
Crying
absolutely-
tears emoji. How do you do, fellow kids? I don't even know what that's from. I just know the image.
One of Adam Sandler actors was coming out with a skateboard trying to do some joke about him being undercover. Alrighty, guys, I want to say thank you so much for joining us here. I hope to see you guys this Tuesday and this weekend if you're a Fab.
Night.
If you're a Fab friend, Fab fan, Flesh and Blood fan, join us this Sunday because we're going to have ourselves the Pro Tour qualifier coverage, and it's going to be fantastic. I can't wait to see it.
4 hours, 37 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
20 seconds in going.
Time for sleep. I don't blame you.
It is 11 o'clock.
It is 11 o'clock. All right, we got to get going. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being here. And as always, stay humbro. Now, this is me waiting because I don't know how long it takes to get it caught up because I realized I was always cutting off my catchphrase. Waiting for these guys to actually raid.
What?
Subscribe to this guy. He's a good guy.
He was in our chat earlier.
I'm gonna shake snacks, you know what I'm saying? It's the mod, it's in the mod chat? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Jeez, okay, maybe next week we plan a quick community day. What do you think, Coop? What do you think? Hey, can we get the wins and losses off the screen? Can we get the wins and losses off the screen for the raid? Can we get the you know what I'm saying? Can we get the wins and losses off screen for the raid? Cause I don't think we need to be seeing that. I don't think we need to be seeing that. W raid! Get to pick up food, the lighting outside is crazy. That's what I hear. Guys, if you're not following Humbro Pie, you are genuinely missing out on something crazy. No, don't increase it. Don't make it bigger. Humbro Pie has one of the best looking setups and the best system card game that you can think of. Everyone, and that's not even me lying. I'm not lying. I'm not.
We don't cover
exaggerating
Yu-Gi-Oh.
whatsoever. Trust and
We talk about it all the time.
believe.
Yeah,
Trust and
because you're a banned
believe
Yu-Gi-Oh
I'm
player
not
and I'm a
never
former
like
Yu-Gi-Oh
chat.
player.
Ever. That would be crazy of me, chatters. Welcome in, Humbro Pie. Welcome in, Humbro Pie Nation. It is awesome to see you guys here. Thank you.
Humbro
so much
Pie
for the
Nation.
raid. I really, really appreciate it. No, it's never expected, but always, always appreciated. Love you, my boy. Hearts out to you, baby boy. Thank you so much. I love your system. I love what you got going on. I like being able to hang out there before my stream. You know what I mean? You always give me so much hype and call me out too every time. I will never, ever really mention my streams in anybody else's stream. I was just talking about that earlier. Ever. But you're always going out of your way to give me a shout out and give details on what I do. That's crazy, dude. No one has to be doing that. And that just means the world to me. That just means the absolute world
It's
to me.
together
I just appreciate it a ton. No blocker? This guy doesn't think I have it like that, huh? This guy doesn't think I have it like that. I gotta be honest, I don't know if I have it like that. I do! Shit! Like that!
All right, let's go smoking.
Shit, I had it like that! Let's go!
Stream so I can show you.
Okay.
Oh my god, I did have it like that! Low key? Oh my god! Oh, hey, share the love, everyone. Dude, I appreciate you more than I can even say. Literally way more than I can even tell you. I feel it. I feel it, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, Humbro Pie Nation, we are here playing some One Piece TCG Ranked, getting ready for our store championships this weekend. This weekend, I will be running Bonnie at the store championships. I want to be running Kid, but I don't have all the cards that I need to be able to run Kid, unfortunately. So instead, we are going with our near dear classic, lovely Bonnie. We're running Bonnie just to see how we do. So we're getting some practice in for that. We're getting some practice in for that. They could KO the Rosinante, huh? They got it this time for sure. They got it this time for show. But anyways, I appreciate the raid, all the lurkers, all the lovers, all the beautiful smoochers combined. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you. Hope you enjoy your time hanging around in the chicken coop. We were just talking about our next community day on what we were going to be planning and brainstorming. One of these days we're going to be doing an AMA, but like it's, oh yeah, there we go. It's the Hot Ones style AMA. You know what I'm saying? He could just dawn up and go at me, dude. Just do it. Just do it. Finish me. Finish me. Finish me off. Beat me off. You could have gone 5 and still would have got it. It's fine. You got it. GG's. GG's. GG. How much? Oh, he had a little bit of everything. He had every which. Oh my god. He literally had everything to meet his win condition. He could have went Gum Mulgun. He went Red Rock. He could have went Mulgun. He could have went Divine Departure. You know what I'm saying? Monkey D Dragon. You know what I'm talking about? Monet. Not Monet. I don't know why I really said Monet. I just assume he had it no matter what. I'm not washed. I am a little bit. Humbro Pie, we had hopes that I was gonna meet that 50-50 that he said. I'm trying. I'm working on it. Alright, we just queue up again. I don't know what I would have done differently that time. Yeah, because no matter what, how much counter would he have had? 1, 3, 4, 5, 7k counter? And he had all the life in the world over there. I was just trying to starve his board. Probably a little too much. However, if I had a Zoro, if I actually saved the deck that I was talking about doing, that, then I would have fricked him up. Okay, do we like kettle corn or butter popcorn? Are you making me choose?